That. Wait, that's a chair. That's a chair below, above an eyeball. I think. I don't know why the fuck that's a thing. The chair is the one at the start of the area. Look, my friend playing Valorant? Holy shit, they're playing like they're doing a tournament. Oh, they're playing Fall Guys. They're screaming like they're collaging a Valorant game. They're playing Fall Guys. I told you guys, Fall Guys are insane. Oh shit.
Where did these come from?
Hey guys. We got a key. And a fucking book of summoning. Body exchange ritual. Sentimental.
I need to put an end to this.
Object. Oh, the wedding ring. 7 sacrifices. 2 bodies, a guest and a host. Human ashes. Motherfucker, that's a lot. Okay, so we do have the wedding ring. Oh. Why are you crying, man? Okay. So that's done. That's one. Now the question is, what is this key for? The triangle! It's for this. Oh my god. Yo! The front door.
This is from Grandma's diary.
June 15, 1972. I hate when Albert spends the night working. Once it gets dark, it's like the world turns upside down. There are creaking noises all over the house, and the house, I know my sight is getting worse, but yesterday I got lost in my own home. It's not because of my sight. The rooms are moving around. I couldn't even find my own bedroom. We're not safe in here, not anymore. Not with this thing living among us. Oh no, she said it. Among Us. June 16, 1972. Albert got mad at me for lighting up candles up all over the house, but for some reason I think the light protects us. Okay. Sussy baka.
There must be something useful here.
Well, yeah, no shit. Like this. Let's not mess around with that until we know what to do with it. Hold up. 720589. Okay, never mind. The serial number does not make sense. That moves something. Let's turn that. I guess we want to open this. Aha! Progress! So what do we have here?
These must be Madison's victims.
Oh, it's another blurred images. Okay. Oh! This is 1, 2, 3, 4. And then Luca have 5, 6, 7. That is a total of 7 sacrifices. Oh! Yo! So we just put the fucking pictures? And that's enough? Wait, what? Oh, it's just bugged. Look. Because the render distance, they're not supposed to be crying yet. They're only crying if I put the item. But from afar, they just cry because of the render distance. Omega lul. Budget PC. Okay. So I want to take these. And that's it. Okay, now the doors are closing behind me. To make things harder for me, I see. And I need to run away. Okay, so sentimental object done. 7 sacrifices. And now this too. I have no idea how the fuck are we gonna do this too. This, I guess we do have a head, a skeleton of medicine, but we don't have a body. Unless I am the body. And human ashes. We haven't found a single human ashes at all. So that's gonna be interesting. I like how the totem accept pictures of the sacrifices instead of the sacrifices itself. It's like modern proof. So amazing. Alright. Now, I guess the skeleton? Oh no. Uh-oh. Jump scare. Now what? We got all
Fact 1. A human head remains conscious for around 20 seconds after being decapitated.
Okay.
I need to find the 4 digits to open this door. They must be somewhere.
Where? Oh, we've been here. We haven't solved it. Fuck. What does he mean by there must be somewhere? Second. Where can we find a 4-digit? I mean, the almost obvious one is it's in here. Like we got 1, 2, 5, 8 minus 1 in this one. One, 2, 8, 9. I don't know, any idea, Chad? I honestly have no idea. Oh. What the fuck? Looks like someone win.
Fact 2. Fir trees can grow in human lungs.
You guys just saw that? The fuck? It's so random. The box just float for no reason. Huh? Trees can grow in
John,
human
I must
lungs?
stress to you how dangerous these demons really are.
Okay.
I've witnessed a few exorcisms in my time. Not everyone lived to tell the tale. These beings are not alive, and that makes them stronger than us. They entertain themselves with us. They enjoy our fear, causing us pain. They feed off of it. It gives them power, gives them strength. When one of them becomes attached to one of us, it's all but impossible to stop. They play with our bodies and
Does this
minds
mean that
until they find what they were
that
looking
woman
for.
is attached to the
They're
camera?
no longer human.
Attached
They
to
are
me?
beyond everything we know. John, I
She's
implore
no
you,
longer human.
seek help. I'll investigate that woman you told me about. Madison Hale, and I'll get back to you as soon as I find something. Keep all of this information away from your son. Get rid of that camera as soon as you get this message. Please, please do be careful. If your child has already had contact with this entity, his life, yours, and your family's are in
Mom.
jeopardy.
Chanel, what have I done? I need to find a way to end this. Fuck. It burns. My body burns.
Let me guess, we got another clue.
Horns?
Yeah, we got another clue.
I think I've seen something like this in the house.
Fact 3. Botflies are a type of insect whose larvae burrow under your skin.
The fuck is a botflies? Where have we seen this before? A horn in the house. A horn. Where do we see a horn in the house? I don't remember. Yeah. This guy sounds like whole time like this he's crying, yeah. I mean, I guess I understand why there's an option to disable the protagonist's voice, but at the same time, it's not like there's something wrong with his voice. Like, I don't mind. It's just that he's crying the whole time with zero time of actually calm down. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense.
How many times do I have to tell you there's nobody in this house?
Al?
I'm done with your bullshit.
Albert, listen to me.
It's just a book. A fucking book, Elizabeth. See? There's no one here. It doesn't exist. It's not real, goddammit.
I know everything that's happening to me has something to do with it. I just know it.
It's a disease, Elizabeth. You were sick for the Lord's sake.
Not sick.
You'll end up losing your mind if you don't cut the crap. That book has nothing to do with your illness. I wish you stopped acting like a child. Stop hiding our stuff and take your goddamn pills.
Do you think it's normal? Do you think pupils vanish like dust? I'm telling you that fucking thing is what's causing this
Enough,
for me.
Elizabeth. Stop acting like a 10-year-old and go to bed.
Albert, everything started the day we brought that fucking book to this house.
Disease, Elizabeth.
You don't
sick.
believe me? I will leave this place. I'm done. And I'm taking Johnny with me. We are not staying here.
Wait a minute. This is way too much. You're paranoid, Ellie. It's 4 a.m., Elizabeth. You should just Go back to bed before we wake up Johnny. Come on. We can talk about this now.
You're gonna regret this. You'll end up all alone. Just you and your stupid fucking clock.
Damn. Hello?
Fact for ad. When you die, your house cat is going to want to eat you. No, joke.
Okay. Gotta go to Eli's side. Fuck that. Ellie. Alright, let's see what's in the box. Oh, it's not a fucking box, it's a fucking weight. It's a concrete block. When you die, your house cat is going to want to eat you, no joke. Well, I don't have a cat, and if I do have a cat, I'll let him eat me. Whoa! What is that? Fucking Tesla chair? Oh! Horn! I hope my cat would eat me. Yeah. Like legit though. Like if I actually die in my house, I hope my cat eat me. If someone hasn't found me. Because I don't want him to die. Jesus fuck. One. Unless it's not healthy for cats.
No, not
I
again.
don't know.
No, fuck. I can't feel my fingers. What is happening to my body?
Oh, just a notebook streaks?
I don't know what this could mean. There was a red light, but everything
Fact
was dark.
96. Speaking of disturbing pet facts, dogs like squeaky toys because they mimic the screams of their prey.
I don't think that's disturbing. I think that's just my predator instinct. You know? Where the fuck is red light again? I don't remember. Where do you find a red light in this house? Ben wants it. Hey, stop banging on the door. I'm solving the puzzle, dipshit. Okay, human ashes. Okay, let's put away the or now we're just gonna do item move by itself every time I enter a new room. Come on, game. I don't think we're gonna need the bolt cutter anymore, so I'm just gonna put it away for the sake of room. The door closing by itself is gonna be annoying.
Fact 17. On average, you secrete 26 gallons of sweat into your bed per year.
I think I secrete extra. I'm a very sweaty guy. And you secrete a little bit extra if you have someone. Alright, that's a little bit too much information. Alright, if you know what I mean. Okay. Ah! Alright, what do we do here? Oh yeah, we need to fucking solve this. If you need a combination, you know where to find it. I don't know where to find it. $9.30. Okay.
Fact 9.
I think I'm dumb.
20% of coffee mugs have traces of fecal matter on them.
Another fun fact to support that, there's actually a coffee made out of the fecal matter or shit, which is called kopi luwak, produced in Indonesia. And it's basically made of coffee beans that's been chewed or been eaten by an animal called luwak, and they shit it out, and then the coffee farmer take those coffee beans that have been shitted out by the luwak and then use it to make a coffee called kopi luwak or luwak coffee, and it tastes really delicious. I'm not joking. It's very expensive though, very expensive. It's like a premium shit. Okay, I don't know how to solve this puzzle. Help? Any idea, chat? I think I'm too dumb for this. Where can we use the concrete block? And what do we use for this? Ugh. If you need the combination, you know where to find it, and then it points on a 10 o'clock. Like, that doesn't help the game. The VOD.
Fact 2022. The number of 3 last facts revealing your next birthday /
The number of 3 last facts revealing your next birthday. Revealing your next birthday? What do you mean by that? The number of 3 last facts. Fact for Rad? Oh, fact 96. Wow, no, my birthday is 69. Ew! Aren't there more red lights when the power is turned off? Wait, really? Ah, fuck off. I don't want that, dude. You want me to do that, man?
I fell asleep. I blame you and your poo-poo hard game ragey.
What do you mean you fell asleep because of this fucking game? This game is literally... I literally scream. How did you fall asleep from that? Ragey. September. Oh yeah, that's true. Wait, where's the 17 and 9 though? Okay. I'm honestly confused. Oh, the door's trying to close on me. Fuck you, man. So you're telling me that I need to turn off the light? Like from here? I don't think we can even do that. We can turn on, but not turn off. I don't think so. There's a red light over there. Red light over here. But there's another one here again. I don't know how you use that. The time is 5:10. There's a room with a clock that have a hand on 10. Ooh. There's no clock in here. I think there's a clock in here in the living. Wait. This one is 12. This one keep moving though. No clock in here. The basement? Again? It's gonna be the third time. Oh, it moves. If you're talking about that one, yeah. If you're talking about the basement again, it's gonna be the third time we go back to the basement. No shot, mate. No shot. No shot.
What the hell am I doing?
Oh. That's what you meant. Okay. But what does it mean?
The doorbell. I gotta get to the front door.
Where's the front door again? There. What? This is the front door? Oi, fitta! Okay. Fuck me, man. Hola. Wait. Okay.
She's playing with my mind.
Or if it was actually a witchcraft ritual as indicated by the evidence found at the scene. Suggesting the latter, police officers found books at the scene containing strange symbols, candles, dead
No.
and one of the more macabre details, pieces inside the well along with the other.
No, go back. First floor. Wanna go to the first floor. Because I remember last time we had the number 1. No. First floor.
His body was dismembered as well. The third victim was a 27. Mutated both of them.
Hold up, 1 second. Welcome back, Saints, and welcome, Nox Blocker.
Legs while she was
How you guys doing?
not been found. The first victim was her own 75-year-old father. Madison mutilated his body in such a way that his face was unrecognizable.
I wonder what these numbers
His
are for.
body was found in pieces inside
1,
the well along with the other corpses.
3,
So
4.
far, his
Okay,
left
1.
leg and 3 fingers have not been found.
Henry Cherryson.
The first victim was her own 75-year-old father.
75-year-old
Madison
father.
mutilated his body in such a way that his face was unrecognizable. His body was found in pieces inside the well along with the other corpses. So far, his
Father.
left leg and 3 fingers have not been found.
75, this.
The first victim was
Right?
her own 75-year-old father. Madison mutilated his body in such a way that his face was unrecognizable.
0274
His body was found in pieces inside
is
the well, along
what?
with the other
That's not
corpses.
75, right?
So far, his left
Wait,
leg and 3
70,
fingers have not been
15,
1969.
found. The first victim
No,
was her
no.
own 75-year-old
74.
father. Madison
That is that's 72. This is 75, right? Jackson A. Peterson. 70. No, this is 65. Right? So Kate Lewis Schmidt. That is a female name, though. So it's either this two.
So far, his left leg and 3 fingers have not been found. The first victim was her own 75-year-old father. Madison mutilated his body in such a way.
Yeah, we need to find that.
His body was found in pieces inside the well.
Hold on. Unless my math is fucking dang. 1902?
Along with the other corpses.
Shit. Yeah, I was right. 72.
So far, his left leg.
This one is 65.
Yup.
And 3 fingers have not been found.
Aren't there others? I was thinking. Oh, you're right. Never mind. I'm done.
Madison mutilated his body in such a way that his face
1989, buried at sea.
His body was found in pieces inside the
Oh, fuck that.
along with the other corpses.
1985, too young.
So far, his left leg and 3 fingers have not been found.
1835, 1919.
The first victim was her own 75-year-old father. Madison mutilated his body.
I don't know if I can.
In such a
Way
way
too old.
that his face was unrecognizable. His body was found in pieces inside the well along with the other corpses. So far,
This
his
is
left
07,
leg and 3
75.
fingers have not been found.
Makes him
The first victim
68
was her own
years.
75-year-old father. Madison mutilated his body in such a way that his face was unrecognizable.
He's not here.
Was found in pieces inside
Unless
the
he's
well
there.
along with the other corpses.
Oh, fuck
So far,
off.
his left leg and 3 fingers have not been found.
No, I need to look at the inside the
The first
hole.
victim was her own 75-year-old
Ah,
father.
fuck.
Mutilated his body in such a way
Yeah, it is.
unrecognizable. His body was found in pieces
It sounds like something's moving.
So far, his left leg and 3 fingers have not been found.
I was correct.
The first victim was her own 75-year-old father. Madison mutilated his body in such a way that his face was unrecognizable. Passed away due to great loss of blood. Hours later, Madison continued to mutilate her body before disposing of it.
Okay, the lights are
The
keep.
second victim was her 71-year-old mother. According to police reports,
Why is the lights like that?
amputated both of her legs while she was still alive. The woman passed away due to great loss of blood. Hours later, Madison continued to mutilate her body before disposing of it.
Okay.
The second victim
71
was
years
her
old.
71-year-old mother. According to police reports,
Oh, fuck that,
Madison
bruh.
amputated both of her legs while she was still alive. The woman passed away due to great loss of blood.
71-year-old mother.
Madison continued to mutilate her body before disposing of it.
Fuck, bro. I don't want to look at the whole.
71-year-old mother. According to police reports, Madison amputated both of her
Judith
legs while she
Hill.
was still alive. The woman
71.
passed away due to great loss
Wait,
of blood.
wait, fuck. Does anyone remember
Madison
the
continued
how
to
old the
mutilate her
grandpa
body
is?
before disposing of it.
Oh my god.
The second victim was her 71-year-old mother.
Was it 80?
According to police reports, Madison amputated both of her legs while she was still alive.
Wait, it's this
The
one.
woman passed away
It's
due to
Judith
great loss of
Hale.
blood. Hours later, Madison continued to mutilate her body before disposing
Her own
of it.
mother. Right?
The second victim was her 71-year-old
Yeah.
mother.
Okay, cool, cool, cool.
According to police reports,
87,
Madison
71.
amputated both of her legs while she was still alive. The woman passed away. Numbered as well. The third victim was a 27-year-old man.
27-year-old man.
Madison hit his head with a sharp object repeatedly.
Okay.
The young man died instantly. His body was dismembered as well.
Alright.
The third victim was a 27-year-old man.
That is a big asshole.
His head with a sharp object repeatedly. The young man died instantly. His body was dismembered as well.
Bro, all of the fucking victims gonna be inside the hole, and one of them is gonna be a jump scare. Fuck this game, man. I don't want to do this, Chad.
His body was dismembered as well. The third victim was a 27-year-old man.
That's not a 27 years old. Dude, I want to. Please.
The third victim was a 27-year-old man. Madison hit his head.
Maybe I can break the wall with something.
Wait, what?
The young man died instantly. His body was dismembered as well. The third victim was a 27-year-old man. Madison hit
Oh, no fucking shot. I need to go back and pick up the other objects. Mate, you no shot, mate. I have to go back to bring my fucking shit. Should I just YOLO? YOLO. No, I have to go fucking take my fucking stuff. What do I need
According to police reports,
to do that?
his body in such a way that his face was on
To
being out.
break the hole.
Took the photos to immortalize the evidence. According to official sources, the 40.
Bro, can we just, man? There's gonna be a jump scare again in this part. Fuck me in the ass. Oh, I just cheated. Haha, I used the fucking wall. Fuck you, bitch. Jump scare me, bitch. Walking sim, well, I mean, it's those kind of game. To be fair. Alright, what can we destroy? I guess the hammer? There's no way you destroy a wall with fucking shovel or a bolt cutter. Although I'm gonna take the shovel just in case. I'm gonna put away the crowbar. Don't listen, I'm gonna keep bringing concrete block. Cheating jump scares. Play too much horror games. I don't need to get any more jump scares. I have enough. Thank you. Ah, fuck. I have mouth blisters. I don't know if that's the right word for the English term. You guys ever had that? It's such a rare thing, but it's pretty common.
It is still unknown if she was under the influence
So annoying.
of any drugs, or if it was actually a witchcraft ritual. In such a way that his face was unrecognizable. The woman passed away due to great loss.
I just read your chat. I had videos but couldn't stay up for react. Wait, what the fuck? Hey! Madison, you fuck. No, no jump scare. Fuck you. Fucking bitch.
His body was dismembered as well.
Trying to fucking jump scare me because I keep dodging the jump scares.
Madison hit his head with a sharp object repeatedly. The young man died instantly. His body was dismembered as well. The third victim was a 27-year-old man.
Really? Just for that?
With a sharp object repeatedly. The young man
60,
died instantly. His body was dismembered
60,
as
70, 80.
well. The third victim was a 27-year-old man.
87.
Madison hit
Yeah.
his head with a sharp
Right. Fuck you, Madison. Trying to take over my body without consent. It's 2022, bitch. Should have asked first. I might have considered. But I don't anymore, because you didn't ask for consent, bitch.
Was a 35-year-old woman.
At 35.
Madison stabbed her at her own front door. Neighbors witnessed her dragging the body into the house and notified the police. The woman's body was found unrecognizable in more than 13 pieces. The final victim was a 35-year-old woman. Madison stabbed her at her own front door. Neighbors witnessed her dragging the body into the house and notified the police. The woman's body was found
George Brown.
unrecognizable in more than 13 pieces. The final victim
Cold
was a
source? Is that what you guys call it?
Madison stabbed her at her own front door. Neighbors witnessed her dragging the body into the house.
Cold source?
The woman's body was found unrecognizable.
Seems a very interesting name.
More than 30 pieces. The final victim
What?
was a 35-year-old.
Did I do something wrong?
Madison stabbed her at her own front door. Neighbors witnessed her dragging the body into the house and notified the police. The woman's body was found unrecognizable.
1952.
Pieces. The final victim was a 35-year-old.
Shit, there is no...
Madison stabbed her at her
I guess it's this
own
one.
front door. Neighbors witnessed her dragging the body into the house and notified the police. The woman's body was
Madison, stop being so salty. Fuck off.
13 pieces.
Don't jump scare me, bitch. Bye. Fuck! The fifth victim is me!
Victim was a 35-year-old.
No!
Neighbors witnessed
What am I supposed to fucking get in there?
and notified the police. The woman's body was
You RR You RR You WWWW. Oh my god, here we go again. You.
There are no numbers on this one.
Okay, it's the mirror. Bam. Oh. There's a pinhole. You. Alright, jump scare. Okay. Jump scared this one. Alright, fuck you. Cannot smash this with a key, with a fucking hammer. Jump scare? Or I guess picture here? Right now. Picture here? No. Picture here? No. What are we supposed to do then? Yeah, I know it's me. What am I supposed to do, you fuck? There's nothing. I know it's me. But what am I supposed to do? I thought you were supposed to like break the mirror. No, you cannot do anything with the in the hole, or you cannot interact anything like put things in the hole. You can only like look. Yeah, there's nothing interactable. Oh. The pin here looks interesting. It seems like you can do something with it, but you cannot interact with it. So I am kind of lost right now. Dylan Michelle. Oscar. Thomas Nelson. Do I have to find my name maybe? Wendy. Linda. Memory JJ Spencer. I bet a lot of these are developers' name. Usually this is how the developers put like an Easter egg for like their names and shit. Evan Rosemary. Lara Kilipson. You.
I am Raddtrap, Blade of Madison, and I have never known you. You.
Alright. I'm stuck. I'm officially stuck. Now I cannot smash the mirror. So in this game, things that can be interacted looks like this. Have eyes. And mirrors have no interaction. So yeah. The fourth though in a dot in a is not in a row with the other ones. Oh shit. Oh shit, you're right. But what can we... What do you want me to do here? Oh, maybe this? Huh? I don't... Maybe like this? No. So it's this, but what can we do? Do we need something to move it? I don't think so. Hey, can you shut the fuck up? I think you did something wrong in the on the... Oh, you mean that I did something wrong in the 4th floor. 1, 2, 3 is correct, but the 4th one is incorrect. Oh, it's an indicator. Good shit, Nox. It's not a puzzle, it's an indicator that we did something wrong in the 4th
Neighbors witnessed her dragging the body into the house and notified the police.
Okay.
The woman's body was found
So the last one is here.
13 pieces.
George Brown, 3275.
The final victim was a 35-year-old woman.
3275.
At her own front door. Neighbors witnessed her dragging the body into the house and notified the police. The woman's body was found unrecognizable in more than 13 pieces. The final victim was a 35-year-old woman.
I took a picture of which one? I think I took a picture of this, Lynn Jamie. I don't remember, or Ash. I think I took the Ashley Smith. Let's try that. Oh, it changed! You. Oh, really? Are we gonna get stuck literally at the final floor? Come on. There we go. Hey, we got it all right. Thank you. Boop, boop. A watch key. A clock key. A clock key. For a clock? You. You. RR. You. RR. So I'm assuming we use this. Oh my fucking god! Fuck you, bitch! Alright, I forgot. She can jump scare me. No jump scare for me anymore, you fuck. So I'm assuming we use this watch or this clock piece for the clocks in those stuff. I guess. It's my assumption. But I guess we'll see. Or maybe for this? Wait! It's in there. I'm gonna turn on the light. Wait. I can turn on the light first, right? Because navigating around like this is fucking annoying as shit. I think I can turn on my lights again. It's not a problem anymore. Fuck you, Madison. You. RR. You. RR. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. So I guess we can use it on this. Never fucking mind. Alright. I was trying to be smart. And I was wrong. Maybe we use it in a different room, in the different clock. Maybe. The one in the kitchen? Give me the light of the night and hold up. Look at the night. One second. Hey. Okay. You. Matane. Where did I put my thing? Yeah, there we go. Clock key maybe for the clock room? What the fuck is a clock room? Is there a clock room? Hey! I was thinking about this. Okay, that's not it. Shit. Is there a clock room? Not gonna need the hammer anymore. Gonna grab. Nah. Yeah. A room with the clock on the door. The room with the clock on the door? Oh! Completely forgot about that. Because we keep walking past by it. Good job, Chad. Good job. But it's actually a room of clocks.
God. My body. My hands. This is what the priest was talking about. That thing is feeding off of me.
Okay.
What the fuck does this even mean?
Oh my god.
The house is full of clocks.
It's the TikTok application that the kids use. Oh my god. It don't make sense. Wait. 12:25? Is that what we're trying to find? 12:25. Oh wait, all the clocks are the same. Oh, except not all. Never mind. Oh, wait a minute. I think I figured it out. All the clock here is, oh, hello. Bungie. Is a 4:23. And this whole clock is 12:25. And this whole clock is 9:30. What does that mean? I have no fucking idea, brother. Oh my god, it's a fucking bolt cutter. Now I have to go back
to work in here.
Men vad fan, fitta helvete jävla. I honestly don't understand why this game, a horror game, need a inventory system just to be a little bit annoyed to get jump scared. But I don't see the purpose of an inventory system in this game, or at least the slot, not inventory system, limit to things that you can bring. I legit have no idea. What's the purpose for it? So they can say it has more hours of game. Okay. Alright, that's okay, that's too direct, come on. Oh, 3 left, 1 2. 3 left, 1 2 left. Something something. So it's 3 left, 12 left, and we cannot read the rest. Fuck. Well, that's not helping. Now I kind of want to go back to solve the fucking safe. Let's try. Let's give it a try, at least. One sec. There's always a combination in the bathroom. Eh? Where? Oh, fuck me! The fuck, this came out of nowhere! What the fuck? That's cheating, dude! Wait, what? Wait, is this 3 left, 12 right, 8 left. 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 3L, 12R, 3L. Wait, 3 left, 12 right, 8 left. 3, 12, 8. Jesus Christ. 3, 12, 8. 3, 12, 8. 3, 12, 8. Feet the fuck you. So, bing, bing, 3, left, 12, right, 8, left. That's not correct. Are you fucking kidding me? 3 left, 12 right, 8. Okay. Maybe it's for this one. 3, 12, 8. Okay. Did I do it wrong? Maybe 3, 12, 8. Okay. Am I doing it wrong? Fuck you! 3? What do you mean it's per click? Oh, 1, 2, 3. And left 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I did it wrong. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I was reading that as a fucking watch or a clock time. So this person used 2 notebooks to write a combination, separate down, and scratches off the rest first. Yeah, it's, you know, yeah. John, my son, I'm an old man already and life has passed to all of us. I'm so proud to see the man you've become, so happy to have deeply enjoyed the 2 grandchildren that you gave me, Luca and Chanel. I write this letter so that one day you can understand everything that's going on through my mind right now and debunk the myth that I'm a crazy old man. God does exist, and just like him does Satan. All my life I tried hard not to believe, but time has shown me I was profoundly mistaken. Your mother was not sick at all, and I could prevent her sad ending from happening. As far-fetched as his sound, blue anise is real. Huh? The fuck's a blue anise? When a single specialist was able to trace down the cause of her condition, not to mention find treatment to help her fight, I truly wish I could go back in time and tell her I believe you. You dumb as shit. It was obvious, you fuck. I kept trying to contact her for over 15 years. I just want to speak with her just one last time. Soon we'll meet again. I'll beg her to forgive me. This loneliness reminds me day after day how hard it gets to live without my most precious and beloved person in the world. As I can see her face in every room of his huge house. That's fucking weird. Regarding the book, I tried to burn it, tear it, and bury it, but there's no use of bothering it. It somehow managed to get back. Anyway, I now keep it in my possession under locks and keys. I'll not allow history to repeat itself. Thank you for being the son I've always dreamed to have. Love, your dad, Albert Maxwell. Well, Dad, it's a little bit too late for that. Fortunately. Good job, Dad. Good job. Okay, so this one I have a different combo. Touche. Touche. Touche, touche. Oh. question is, which one do we need? Fuck. I didn't pay attention to the clock room. I'm just gonna say, since this is the furthest room in the fucking house, I'm just gonna say we need this. I'm just gonna say we need this, which is 9:30. Alright, so I know what's going on with this game right now. It's a gradual jump scare. So if last time, the first couple 4 hours, there's no jump scares, and then the second phase is that we get occasional things move around in the room. Now the final phase, because we almost beat the game, is random jump scare of Madison throughout the room. Fucking great game. Fucking great, man. 9:30. There we go. So this is 6:40. And that is that. Okay. We have this. The 6:40. There is no 6:40 in this room. A 1:30. 1:30. A 1:30. This 12:25. This so fucking sucks. So we don't have the possession for all 4. Well, right now all 3. We just solved 1. Okay, let me just note this down. I'm not gonna go back and forth for this tedious shit. Yeah. So first, for the left side, we need a 410, right? And for the front side, we need a, what is that? A 1225. We already solved this one, thankfully, which is a 9:30, and then lastly we need the back side. Need the, what is that? A 1255. All right. No Ted. Now, I don't mind, but what's annoying is that we're gonna have all the jump scares in the world going on. That's gonna be fun. And it's already 1:20 a.m. I don't mind with the screaming and everything, but both of my neighbors are already asleep right now. They're gonna mind. Shit. I feel bad. Hopefully I'm not gonna scream too much. But I feel bad still. It's weekend, so they probably, you know, they probably understand, but still. No, I don't want to be an asshole neighbor. Oh wait. 1225. Wait, it's not correct? It doesn't cuckoo. Huh? Oh, I guess the cuckoo does not mean correct, maybe. No idea what the fuck. Or maybe... Hold up. Okay, yeah, the cuckoo doesn't matter. Okay. So the front one's donezo. Done. So now we need the back side, which is 1255. And then the left side, which is no, that's not a 410. That is a 420. Hey, 420 lit, brothers. Dev did it on purpose. 420 Omega lol. Now, I need to remember where else can we find the clocks and shit. The rest of the house. The fuck, the game froze for a fucking 3 second. Oh my fucking god. Fuck you again. This is a 510. We do not need a 510. Unlockers. What about this one? 1255. We do need this. Yes, I know. I'm gonna look down and a little bit diagonal to dampen the jump scare because I don't want to scream. I'm gonna be honest. Noise. Wait a minute. Do I need to put it at the upside of the clock to make it work? No shot, right? No shot. No shot, right? I got a feeling I gotta. I'll do it later. The last one is this, which is a 420. Wait, no, that's not 4. Yeah, it's 420.
So, maybe.
So, maybe... Wait, where's the last clock in the house? One of them we found in the roof. 420. Where can we find another one? The front door is done, so we don't need to go to the front anymore. That one is done as well, but I don't remember if it's 420 or not. Maybe it is 420. Just check it out just because. Just because.
It's between her hips, don't you know?
That's a cock, not a clock. God damn it, chat. How many times have I told you? Dodge the fucking jump scare, you fucking bitch! It is this one! Let's fucking go! A 420. I don't know if the devs actually did it on purpose or not. It's a fucking 420. I'm also not a big fan of a randomized jump scare, just for the sake of scaring you. Well, rather than scaring, it's more of like making you scream. Oh! Oh shit. Open the door! What am I supposed to do? Help! can't do anything. Fuck. Hello? Oh. Say cheese. Of course, El Clasico. 7. Oh no, I have to memorize the number. No way. I didn't memorize the rest of the number. I know we got 1 and then we got 7. Oh no. 7 2. Okay. Then we need one more number, right? Oh no, I take so many useless pictures. Fuck me. Okay, 1. Okay, so 1 2 7. Shh. Technically we can just fucking...
It seems like he never finished this one.
Unfinished clock. Oh, I see. So we need to finish it. How the fuck are we... What are we supposed to do? How do we finish it? 1 2 7. 1 2 7. What can we do to finish the fucking shit, my? Six, 4, 7. What is that for? Alright, where are we? Ow!
I can't take this anymore. I just can't.
Final hint.
My whole body is going numb. Why is this happening to me? This must be a combination or something.
Okay. Oh no, how the fuck do you read this? From outside to inside or inside to outside? And how the fuck do you read this? 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 8 3 or 3 8 4 for the red thingy thing. 4 8 3. Okay. Pum 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 pum. Alright. So let's try 4 first. So hold up. So left, right, left. 4 8 3. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3. Ah! First try. What? Johnny. That's a lot of money. The fuck? Oh my god. That's a lot of money, dude. So who the fuck is Johnny? And where the fuck is this room? Johnny. Johnny's room. Johnny's room. Is there any other locked up door in the house? I don't remember. Basement, I only have one. Front door, have no other room. I guess I have no idea. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, right. The hallways. The doors are always locked. Who the fuck is Johnny though? Who? Who? In order
This used to be Dad's room.
Oh, so
What
that's right.
happened in here?
In order to save the bird, the rabbit jumped into the air, leaving all their friends behind. The snake below the rat remained, while the shark is in the depths. This plan design. Huh? Oh no, the game. No, please don't crash. Please don't crash, please, please. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, what is going on? The game's crashing. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Okay. What is that? There's an animal in there. No, game, don't do this to me. We are not. Fuck off. Oh, we want to save the bird. Why is it sounds like it's somewhere else? The fuck?
I'm carrying too much already.
Okay. So the rabbit jumped into the air, leaving all her friends behind. The snake below the rat remain below. What? The snake below the rat remain. Snake below the rat remain. What is that? What English is that? The snake below the rat remain. Where's the fucking comma? While the shark in the depths, this plan design. So is the snake below the rat, or is the snake below the rat oh yeah, okay, so it's rabbit, rat, snake, shark. Okay. So first of all, it's rabbit at the above. Rabbit, rat, snake, shark. Red jam. Rat, snake, and shark. Dunzo. That should be it. Back again. What's up, Handicap? How you doing? Okay, I'm wrong. How am I wrong? The rabbit jumped into the air, leaving all her friends behind. So the rabbit is the highest one. Snake below the rat remain. So the rat is above the snake, while the shark in the depths. This plan design. So yeah, shark at the depth, snake below the rat, and the rabbit jump up high. Oh. What does that mean? Why is there a rat sound? Does that mean I'm wrong? I cannot pick that up anymore. Oh, I think I'm right. I have to take a picture of it. Of course, guys. Of course. No, it's not the last number. Fuck you. The blue knees.
So this is the book that everyone was talking about?
Oh, fuck. You guys ready for some really fun Story time. Hold up. All right. So, this is Bedtime Story by raddtrap. A long, long time ago, there was a creature whose name was unknown. It had always lived alone and was often seen on its own. Aww. One freezing, frosty night, it began to feel so very somber that it fell into 2-day slumber. By the 3rd day, it woke up in blackness with an illness so serious that both its eyes had vanished into darkness. The creature creeped out of the bed and started crawling, looking for the eyes it knew for sure were rolling. It slithered and rolled so its knees turned blue and sore, since its eyes popped and tumbled, both of them as dust crumbled. It is to this day that it does not have a clue, but that is no excuse to end the pursuit. A pair of eyes. Now beware those fleeting eyes and make sure to turn on the lights, for your own sight is at stake if you cannot escape. Jump scare. He's afraid of the light. Use something bright for protection. Oh, fuck off. Oh no, and the light's off. Oh no! No! Okay, man. Okay. Hi, my name is Johnny.
The room
Hi,
is
Johnny.
changed.
Alright. So I gotta stand by with this. You guys ready, chat? What's up, fucker? Oh no. Please tell me I have the item for it. I do not. What do I need for it? Huh? That does not make sense. Oh, it's a ritual with a bunch of eyes in the middle. Ah, fuck! I didn't got him. You lucky son of a bitch. Where you at, Johnny? Come here, come here. Wait, the room changes. Wait. The room layout changes. Is it Tom? Wait, what's his name again? No way. Unless he's just inspired. No way he got the real artist. Oh. I found an eye. Can I not take it? Cannot. No. Okay. The TTS never showed up. Thank you, Saiyans, for the 45. Alright, we gotta do insane reaction time here. If we wanna stay alive. Wish me luck, chat. Hoo-hoo-ha-ha. Hoo-hoo-ha. Alright. you can die? Oh wait, no, scripted. No, never mind, it's not scripted. You can die and you restart it. No, wait, how are we doing it then? How are we supposed to do it? Let me see if I can fucking... How about... I tried. Do you guys hear any footstep that he's closing in? Because I don't hear it. It's the progress safe, so all I have to do is just keep doing it. Okay, the game's not so nice.
The house feels like a maze. I'm sure this is what Grandma was referring to in her diary.
Okay. What am I supposed to do? I cannot react in time to take a fucking picture. Ah, shit. How are we gonna do this, chat? My frame drop's also not helping. Alright, I'm gonna let go before the song ends. No. Fuck. Starts over? No, fuck you. Alright, reaction time. It's impossible. It's impossible. That was the fastest I can do. What? That's annoying. Let's try other rooms, I guess. What? Ah! Blue collectibles? The fuck, that's a thing? What? Okay, maybe this one will work. Wish me luck. The problem is that... Oh! Get fucked! Get fucked, you fucking bitch! Eat ass! Who said I cannot parry that fucker? Let's go! Come at me again. I dare you. Oh, easy fucker. Try me again, bitch. I'm so competitive at this for all of a sudden. Alright, let's go. Reaction time, reaction time. Come on, come on. In that one, I have plenty of time. I reacted. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. This game fucks me up, man. Fuck off. Wait, how many eyes do we need then? I thought it just, you know, cause he have 2 pair of eyes, just need 2 eyes. Okay. So this one takes our time. Aim and then time it. This is a low-key banger though. Alright, come at me, bitch. Fuck you. Alright, let me finish my banger. There's a picture, by the way. Of course. Places behind our Hey, oh, okay. So what else? Okay, oh my god, the map is so confusing now. The layout of the house has changed. Like, what the hell? Okay, we already did that. No! No, no, no! No, no, no! Please, please, please! Let's go! Suck my left nut, Johnny. Wait, that sounds wrong, sorry. Oh my god. Please, please. This is the only one that we have a problem with. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, please. Let's go!
Is this a
Yeah, it's a human eyes, man. He need them. Alright. Just give it to Johnny, alright? He'll be grateful. Fuck. I love this is the best part of the game so far because it has reaction time. I thought I'm playing Valorant but practicing reaction time. Alright. Johnny, here's your fucking eyeball, you fuck. What? I need to do more? Oh, fuck. Okay. What am I supposed to do? Like, what? This ungrateful fuck? Oh! Maybe I should give him 2. Sorry. My bad, my bad. I only gave him 1. Maybe that's why. So I guess, I mean, we did 4. So I guess 2 of them were fake eyes. So we need to find the proper eyes. Maybe, I guess. That's my thought, at least. Okay. Here's Johnny. It's already 2 a.m. This one's fake. It's kind of sucks that they added, like, I'm grateful that they added the fucking, wait, what the fuck? None of these are eyeballs. Fuck you. Wait, where the fuck do I find the final one? Dead. Hey, nani? Oh, maybe here. I haven't go to this part. Alright, this is it. It should be easy. Come on, we practice this, chat. Practice this. That was it! That's it! Now we go back, Let's go. Let's go.
Blue knees is behind and he will have your ass after so long.
Whoa. Ayo, blue knees? That seems a little bit different. That seems...
So Grandma wasn't sick at all. This thing is what really killed her.
Yep. Oh no. Oh shit, okay. We have to find the thingy thing. Where is it? I cannot see anything. Oh fuck! What am I supposed to do? Please tell me that's scripted. Please tell me that's scripted. No fucking way I failed that. Oh, let's go. It's scripted. Oh wait, I'm dying. Oh no. Can I use the camera right now? Okay. Wait, what do we do though? We're still missing one. What do we get from that anyway? Is that you, Grandma? Or is that Madison? Hello? Shit. Okay. I think that's Grandma. I think Grandma's trying to tell us something. Grandma? Oba-chan. Oba-chan! Where do you want me to go, Grandma? Gran Turismo. Yol. Belul. Grandma? Where? Chan. Okay, there's no way you were supposed to go there. Okay, the sound is just randomized. I'm coming, Grandma! I will save you. Well, not anymore. I mean, you're dead. I'll save myself. Hold on, Grandma. Hold on. I will do this for you. Oh my God, you're naked, Grandma. Jesus Christ, wear something. Ew. Oh my God. Okay, I am not doing that. Although we wait a minute. The last number is 1. The last number is 1. So that means the number is 1, 2, 7. Huh? I solved it by accident. I solved it by accident. What the fuck? What the fuck? Alright, stay strong, man. Stay strong. Dead's head, the hanged son.
The hanged son.
No. We don't want that, man. We don't want that. This is where we can get the bad ending. We don't want that. Oh no, Chet. What do we do? Grandma! Where are you? Fuck. I don't want to get a bad ending. No, dude. No. I think if we kill ourselves, the demon's just gonna take over our body. Ah, fuck. Grandma. Ah, shit. I think there's no other option. I should have watched this, shouldn't I? Fuck. Alright. Here goes. Come on, please. At least tell me that something happens that saved us. Come on. Grandma's spirit saves us, maybe? Didn't watch the video. I thought I'd just follow along because I feel like curiosity kills the cat kind of thing. So if you watch the video, oh my God, you just gotta trigger a bad ending. That's my thought. Can I do something? I cannot. Struggle! Oh shit, it's Grandma. Grandma, help! Oh my God! I don't think that's Grandma. I don't think that's Grandma. Are we dead? Get a bad ending, come on. Come on, man. Oh! So I cannot do anything. No, come on. No, Luca. Oh, you fucker, game devs. We won, I think. I think it's a good game ending because he's alive. Hey, G fucking G. Madison. I think that's a good ending because Luca ended up staying alive. Technically, right? Yeah. Oh shit, this game is indie. Most of this is done by Alexis Di Stefano, the creator. And the others are like helping along. He kind of do most of the things. That's almost one guy game, but not really. It's probably like a small. It's like the creator is kind of like pretty ambitious about it. Not gonna lie, the ending's kinda a little bit not as climatic as I wanted it to be. Like I wish I wanted to see a little bit more brighter ending for Luca. Like, I don't know, maybe he managed to get out of the house or something like that. Wow. We actually beat the game. Get back to the main house for the first time. Get back to the main house a second time. Final collectible. Shouldn't have listened. Hey. Wait, it's an achievement. Fuck! Professional photographer. Take 500 photos? Oh, fuck. No time to die. Survive through the entire cathedral section. Nah. I actually died only once here. Fuck. Survive through the entire Bloonies section. That's impossible. Blind Bloonies 5 times. Ooh, almost. Bloonies is real. Completed Mausoleum section under 5 minutes. Tunnel section under 3 minutes. With the game taking 75 or fewer. With the game taking 40 or fewer. Finish the game under 2.5 hours speedrun. Finish the game under 6 hours. 666. Hey. So we finished it in. I cannot check. Matt Sun. Unlock every achievement in the game. That's a cool name. Wasn't the picture bad though? I mean, so the ritual that we do is basically like cut off the ritual. So what it means is that once we do that ritual, that means that we're donezo kind of thing, you know what I mean? The fact that we breathe again means that the demon failed to possess our body because we don't die. Like, we have to die in order to demon to possess our body, technically. The final gasp of air means that Luca succeeded, I guess, in breaking off the curse from our grandma. Blue knee this, blue knee that were the blue balls. Okay. Or you could have been Madison living in your body. I don't think so. Because I don't think the demon breathed or like grasped for air. I think that's Luca. If it's gonna be like a demon, it's gonna be like a, you know, the demon doesn't breathe, I'm pretty sure. Right? Hey, GG, we finish another fucking game, people. Another fucking game finished. Would you look at that, chat? Would you look at that? I told you, chat. I told you I will finish this. I fucking told you, man. I fucking told you. Madison in the back. In the, yeah, it's in the back. I finished it like almost 6 hours, probably like 5.9 or something. Because it just said finish the game under 6 hours, so I probably statistically finished in like 5.9 or something. Cool, cool. Now finish under 2.5. I do not speedrun a horror game. No, thank you. No thanks. That was enough. Alright, alright. We gooch, we gooch. We Gucci, man, we Gucci. God, that was really the fucking jump scare for the blue is fucking annoying, not gonna lie. I'm glad we were done with that. Weehoo. I wonder if there's a bad ending. Let me see. Madison ending. One thing that I don't understand, now that I think about it again, who the fuck is the blue niece? Like, what? Is he like supposed to be like what? Like, wait a minute, wait. It all started because our dad bought the fucking book, right? Or our grandpa bought the fucking book, right? What's on the tape? Let me see. Ow. Madison tape. Okay. Madison, you shouldn't have listened tape. Okay. There's someone made a video just for that. An achievement guy. Oh shit, speedrunner! Nyom. Okay, let's go to tape thingy. Motherfucker didn't even show what's in the tape. Just show the fucking achievement. Motherfucker, at least let us hear it. Oh. Oh. From here. There's nothing going on though, it's just literally just a tape. Okay.
I'll end up losing my mind.
Grandma?
I cannot trust
Oh,
anyone.
it's Grandma's tape.
Not even Albert. If you are listening to this, Blue Knees is real.
Blue knees?
I know I'm not sick, and I know I don't have much time left. The fucking thing, I can feel it breathing right behind me, singing that fucking song over and over and over and over and over in my head.
I see.
Blue Knees is behind and will find what he's been looking for so long. All alone where he belongs. Oh, Blue Knees is behind and will find what he has been looking for. Paul's kitchen, where he's written this song just for you.
That's it? Why is it don't listen? I don't get it. Okay. I mean, they should have gotten her to be the main voice actor so much better. Well, it's a different thing, isn't it? Different, yeah. DK6. What is this?
R/Vexillology. The flag in Japan, but it's actually this hand towel with a perfectly placed water stain.
Oh shit, I just peed on my towel accidentally. Better turn this into clout.
It was a water stain! I had an ice pack and it leaked onto the towel! I didn't fucking pee on it!
You peed on it. You peed on it, didn't you, little piss boy?
Is this Tumblr voice acted? Tumblr post voice acted? Oh no, it's real. I love this picture. Shit. Okay, so Madison. I'm gonna give it um I mean, I don't know. It's not perfect. There's a lot of things that I feel like could have been better. Like for example, the inventory system is slightly annoying. Like it just makes the game a little bit more tedious of back and forth. Like I feel like there's no use of limiting the inventory for Luca. So there's that. And then the story. I don't know. The story is very eh. Like the climax doesn't give me a satisfaction. Like I get it. I feel like the climax feels like one of those thing where it's like the ending is really up to your interpretation. Like you know how my interpretation and Gar's a way of seeing the endings different. Like how I thought Luca survived. And Gara thought it's just like Madison managed to take over your body finally. Like it's one of those. I feel like after what all Luca went through, literally alone, it's such a meh ending. I feel like it could have been a little bit more clear for an ending for him. So there's that. And what else? I guess that's it. Other than that, the game is nothing amazing. Like it's nothing like whoa, what the fuck's the best horror game ever? Like not really. It's fine. It's not bad, but it's not top notch either. It's like one of those like oh we finally finished another horror game kind of thing. And yeah. I just feel like it could have been better. It's aight. I'm gonna give it 6. 6.5, yeah. I'll give it 6.5. Graphics is awesome. It does looks pretty good. The overall theme is pretty amazing. The sound effects and everything's pretty cool. But the utilization of those assets are pretty meh. Like the use case of random sound effects around you to startle you, to always keep you on your feet is very lazy because sometimes it doesn't make sense. Like you hear a door creak behind you, and when you look back, it's just a wall, so it doesn't make sense. Like you know what I mean? Like the implementation of that random sound effects is very lazy, even though it's almost a one-man game. So you know what? I'll give him some slack, but at the same time, I feel like he shouldn't add it in the first place. Like, there's no use of adding it if that's the case. It's just my opinion, though. Yeah, 6 out of 5. If you are looking for a good horror game, which is right now there's not a lot, I'm gonna be honest, it's not a bad choice. It's actually not bad. So if you have, you know, a friend another streamers you think would like some horror game, I feel like this is not bad. I feel like this is not bad considering there's not a lot of horror games right now going on until October. I think October is the earliest we can get another one. So yeah, recommend it. But you know, subpar quality. If you just want to get some thrill, get some jump scares, adrenaline, it's worth a shot. But don't expect high quality story like Soma or Amnesia style. Like, the story is very bare bones, basically about you and the fucking satanic rituals, fucking trying to use a fucking demonic body and shit, curse. Yeah, that's it. There's nothing crazy about it. It's very basic. What is this? Extra punctuation about RE? Ooh. What is this?
It feels like so much of the coolest stuff from Japan stays in Japan. How many amazing video games, original soundtracks, and figurines remain Japanese exclusives?
True.
And when somehow one of them does show up on eBay, how often are the prices sky high?
True.
Well, if you want access to all the Japanese goods that you could ever dream of at affordable prices, it's time to start using Bai, a service that lets you buy items from major Japanese e-commerce sites and deliver them worldwide straight to your doorstep. Bai makes it easy to place bids or orders for that special game or soundtrack you've been and save money while doing it. Use the link below and start buying with Bai.
So not too long ago, it was announced that Resident Evil 4 is being remade. And since Capcom did all right remaking Resident Evil 2 and 3, you might think this seems like a perfectly logical next step. If you're a cretin! The original Resident Evil 2 and 3 absolutely benefited from a remake because they had been clunky, fixed-camera PS1-era survival horror games from the era of graphics when everything looked like the contents of a pork butcher's waste paper basket. Resident Evil 2 could finally realize its full potential by being brought up to date and remade as a third-person over-the-shoulder action survival horror in accordance with the current standard for Resident Evil games. That is to say, like Resident Evil 4, in which case it should be obvious why Resident Evil 4 itself wouldn't garner quite the same benefit. Maybe I'm too nostalgic for the original RE4, but it was a lightning strike that can't possibly happen twice. It was a total ground-up reinvention of the franchise that was also a landmark in the history of gaming generally, pioneering both advanced graphics and the over-the-shoulder style of third-person shooting that dominates the genre to this day. And if you pluck that game out of all of that context and just make it utterly homogenous to the established style of the Resident Evil remake series, the inevitable end result is mediocrity. I can tell, even from the one flimsy trailer, that they're sanding down RE4's over-the-top edges so it can fall more in line with the generally understated, more realistic tone of the RE2 make. Can you honestly picture the Leon S. Kennedy from the RE2 make somersaulting through a second-story plate glass window for literally no reason, except that it's quicker than taking the stairs, or suplexing a monk into a concrete step so hard that their head explodes? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, because this is exactly what one should expect from where we currently are in the Resident Evil cycle.
Oh shit. No, he's right. Oh shit, the cycle. A really good original game and then a sequel or a remake to it that kinda not as good as the first one, and then a straight up dog shit. And then they realize they make a dog shit over here and they're like, oh shit, we gotta go back. Let's make that good one, or let's be original. I go back here. I go back. Yeah. No, in this section, it's not bad per se, except 6. 6 is just straight up bad. In this section, it's more of a like oh, in here it works. Let's apply what works here and put it here with very minor changes. Because basically, Resident Evil 5 is a same game as RE4 with different story. Same as Resident Evil Village. Same game as Resident Evil 7 with a slightly different story. You know what I mean? 3 is also like 2, slightly different story. 6 is like 5 and 4. 6 and 5 is basically 4 with their own gimmicky, but it's you know, yeah.
cycle. And yes, Resident Evil, like history, Sonic the Hedgehog and a middle-aged dad for the first week of the new year, has a cycle. It's gotten much more noticeable now we've gone through it a full 3 times. There's some variance in the specifics, but the main points are always covered. It makes one good game, then proceeds to very lengthily fuck everything up as it chases its own tail. So it all started with Resident Evil 1, which a lot of people liked and is remembered as a classic, but it always left me cold. I think that's because I came to it a bit after the fact, and it's one of those games whose classic status largely hinges on it being the first. Well, okay, Alone in the Dark was technically the first fixed camera survival horror 3D characters on a 2D backdrop game set in a haunted house, but Resident Evil was the first one of those that didn't really suck, that balanced horror and action with an arguably intentional air of amusing B-movie camp. You remember how I hypothesized that everyone forgot about Prey 2017 because it didn't have enough rough edges? Well, Resident Evil 1 was nothing but rough edges, and people loved it. Personally, I always rated Silent Hill 1 higher, but that came out later, so that's hardly fair. Resident Evil 2 followed and was received more or less equally as well, but after that the energy seemed to go out of Resident Evil. A curious pattern emerged, in that every new Resident Evil game that followed just randomly picked a main character from the first or second game, and then put them through the same bloody motions as always. Survival horror adventure in enclosed, monster-filled environment, then find a secret lab and defeat the main baddie after they turn into a giant wall of snot. That was the case with Resident Evil 3 and Resident Evil Code Veronica, and I suppose also Resident Evil Gaiden, but no one would blame you for forgetting that one. And because all these samey experiences were in the same continuity, the established canon timeline of Resident Evil became a ridiculous, bloated mess of secret schemes and conspiracies until the amount the Umbrella Corporation was getting away with absolutely defied even the smallest amount of sense or verisimilitude. Suddenly it was less knowing B-movie campness and more dull-witted escalationism that only emphasized how badly written it had always been. After that, with interest dwindling, Resident Evil burrowed its nose even further up its own arse and started with the remakes and prequels. Resident Evil 1 was remade, and Resident Evil 0 told the never-before-seen story of a main character from the first game having a survival horror adventure before fighting a giant wall of snot in a lab. Neither game was particularly disliked, but they didn't set the world alight either, and even if they had, the execrable Resident Evil Dead Aim would have pissed it out again. Lastly, the franchise spat up Resident Evil Outbreak, which went down about as well as any suddenly multiplayer-focused installment of a single-player franchise, like an ovarian cyst in a handful of popcorn. So that might well have been it for Resident Evil, if it weren't for a little game called Resident Evil 4, which wasn't just a step up, it was a total protonic reversal of fortune.
Yes,
it completely
sir.
dispensed with the established gameplay systems and rebuilt itself from the ground up, and with the exception of the protagonist being Leon from RE2 again, it disentangled itself from the previous canon and told a whole new self-contained story about the president's daughter being kidnapped by weirdo Spaniards. The end result balanced horror, action, and hilarious B-movie campness so well that it was just as much a ground-shaking revelation as the original. But it turned out this was just the second iteration of the cycle, and as before, a great initial game swiftly gave way to a prolonged downward spiral. It was like Capcom immediately unlearned their lesson to innovate and reinvent rather than chase its own trend. And so Resident Evil 5 just rehashed the gameplay of 4 while simultaneously miring itself back in the ridiculously garbled stew of canon that 4 had so effectively escaped from, personified by the reappearance of Chris Redfield, protagonist of RE1 and character absolutely not worth hanging on to. He was just generic G.I. Joe hero man. Leon had a bit more of a spark to him. He was a wide-eyed rookie cop with insecurities about his masculinity, who in RE4 graduated fittingly into a sort of insecure person's idea of an action hero. Chris Redfield was, is, and shall always be a big lump of wood, and in every game post-RE1 his appearance is a bigger omen of doom than a 666 birthmark. The second cycle of Resident Evil was hastened to a close in part by Resident Evil 6, a brown-trousered absolute mess of a game, born of the misguided attitude that a sequel should just be more of the same but bigger and with more stakes, resulting in an even more garbled and ridiculous stew of plot lines, bringing back every motherfucker who'd ever been within earshot of an RE story, as well as an unwanted co-op multiplayer focus. The cycle is curiously consistent in that the appearance of multiplayer-focused games is always one of the final death knells, and you can't get much more final than Umbrella Corp, the Resident Evil-themed multiplayer tactical shooter and horrifying blight upon God's domain. That was definitely the new low, so after that, little wonder that the only recourse was to start the cycle anew, and lo and behold, Resident Evil 7. Really good game, check. Total overhaul of established gameplay, check. B-movie campness, check. Self-contained plot unrelated to previous games, check, mostly. Almost immediate downward spiral, double check, and mate. In fact, the downward spiral was starting before the first game in the cycle was even finished, as Chris Redfield shows up at the very end to immediately start tying everything back to the fucking Umbrella Corporation. It seems each time we go through it, the cycle accelerates. So this time we only had time for one sequel, RE Village, that rehashed the good game while also bringing back tangled mess plotting and being generally all over the place before the nose plunged anuswards for the RE2, 3 and 4 makes. And we've already had the last gasp desperate multiplayer focused game of Resident Evil Evil Resistance. At the current rate of acceleration, I estimate that next we're going to go through the whole cycle in one game. A game that starts really good, and then Chris Redfield shows up halfway through and the final boss is multiplayer only. The wacky thing is, if Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 4 had been new IPs, if they'd been respectively called Evil Residence 1 and Captain Floppy Hair's European Vacation, they would have been just as good and probably just as successful. Tying them to the Resident Evil series garnered no benefit, except to allow the infection to keep spreading and assure the cycle continued. Well, I say break the cycle, so end the franchise, yards. Like you said to do with Silent Hill as well. Is that your solution to everything? Well, you know, overlong horror franchises, horses with broken legs, people who cough too loud on the bus. You'd be surprised how often execution is the best way forward.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I do also feel like sometimes Resident Evil only exists because of the name Resident Evil. Because every few games in between of the long ass series, it's always filled with, I don't know, like the cycle. It's basically like they make good shit iconic most of the time, and then they were like, yo, this works, let's make something like this and make it a little tweak and release it as a new game. It became this. Some of them became pretty fucking good, like Village. It was pretty good, right? It's not as good as 7, in my opinion. But overall, none of this game is like, whoa, like, no. None of them. And then the fucking shitty ass multiplayer. Yeah. 4 Remaster is gonna be almost as Village. Well, Village actually almost copy past that 4 original. I mean, in terms of gameplay or flow, sure, but I think the more focus here is more of about like the whole ground up of the game is, you know, because 4 is original after 1, 2, 3, right? And whatever the fuck the other side games are. 4 is pretty much a new IP. And then followed up by 5 and 6, just following what Resident Evil 4 was. And they realized, oh shit, we made a mistake. Let's make another brand new IP. And they make a first-person shooter Resident Evil, which is a very first one. And then it blew up. And then they applied the same thing to Resident Evil Village, which is not bad, but at the same time, this is what Yadzi is trying to say. It's a cycle. They make a new one that's actually good. They're gonna use the formula, and they use a multiplayer. So the next one, Resident Evil 9, is gonna be a good one. And then they're gonna make 10 being subpar, and then it's gonna have some shitty ass multiplayer. And the cycle continues. It doesn't have to be like 9, 10. It can be like something Resident fucking, I don't know. Because we are getting a Resident Evil Village something, right? The DLC soon. And we are getting a Resident Evil 4 remake. So I don't know which one is gonna be where. But I don't think Resident Evil 4 remake gonna be here. I feel like 4 remake's gonna be here. Because it says it's essentially something that we already have. Like, what are they gonna do with Resident Evil 4 in the remake? Literally just like, it's already a perfect game. It's just, it's old. It's an old game. But as it is, I feel like Resident Evil 4 is already a pretty good game that you just need a remaster. A remake, sure, I guess. But it's not gonna be groundbreaking, I guess. That's what Yadzi is trying to say. Well, I feel like it's still gonna sold out, so it's not like they're gonna lose money from Resident Evil 4. Don't think so. Gonna still make a lot of money from it. Including me. I'm gonna play it as well. Just for the sake of, you know, new content on stream. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be good fun for the content on stream. Anyway. But yeah. Alright. Now what, chat? Now what? Let's see. What can we do? Honestly, the horror game ended a little bit earlier than I thought it would be. I was actually expecting more. I want to remaster a 5. I feel like 5 is only special because of the co-op experience. Like playing it alone, like it's fun, but the story is very eh. Like it's very B movie. But I feel like Resident Evil 5 is a lot of fun because of the co-op experience, playing it with friends kind of thing. Like it's like that fun time. Co-op fun time. But I don't know. Maybe they will do it. If they did Resident Evil 1, 2, 3, and 4, they as long as they have money, they might as well do 5. And God forbid they do 6. Please don't remake 6. Oh Lord. Please break the cycle at 5. I'm fine if 5 get a remake. But please don't remake 6. Just for whatever reason. Holy shit. Just don't remake that shit. Holy. Eyes in the Dark. We already seen this. It's in my wish list. I'm not really into it because it's one of those like platformer, side-scrolling platformer stuff that uses the light thingy thing. It looks fun, but not really something that I want to play right now. Gotta be honest. So to the wish list it goes. Check suggestion. Game from the Iron Lung developer? Gloomwood? Oh, we played the demo of this. Yeah, we already played the demo. I don't know if you forgot. And I don't think it's the game made by the dev of Iron Lung, but it's a game that published by the same publisher of Iron Lung, which is New Blood. I think. Oh, never mind. It's not. Is it the same as Iron Lung? No, that's impressive. David Simansky. Dylan Rogers. Okay, it's different man. But yeah, we already played the beta. Oh, we already played the demo here. This long time ago. A while ago. It was nice. It was nice. We can. I'm down to play this game again. I already wishlisted and follow it. So it's pretty fun. It's basically like a old school Dishonored. It's like a Nintendo Dishonored. Like Super Nintendo Dishonored. Yeah, I'm down for this one. I'm not gonna play the demo again. I don't think so. I think R6 probably will get a remaster. Steam wasn't that harsh. Probably remaster, sure, but I don't think it's gonna sell well. Gotta be honest, considering it clearly did not. Oh, never mind. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna sell well. I guess people really like it. Sure. I don't. Ooh, Warframe Tenocon. Don't care. But hey, there you go, Warframers. Warframers? What do you guys call yourself? Warframers? Any Warframers in the chat? Okay, hentai. Oh my god, hentai game 3 times in a row and a new and trending. Jesus Christ. Okay. Alright. Wash him, Stone's Keeper. Escape Academy. I don't know if we should try this now. Kinda down, I'm kinda down. Warframe devs call us 10 now. 10 hours? I'm kidding. Puzzle game to break my brain. Hey, that rhymed. Damn. Ish. Okay. Not really sure. I think we chilly. I think we chilly here, chat. I think we chilly. We do have some time still. I'm down. Let me see. Are my friends already asleep at this? Come on, man. Weekend. Chotto matte ne. Shooter? I don't know, we could. My aim's not gonna be as good though, right now. Considering I'm not fully awake, but I'm kinda down. I'm kinda down, brother. I'm kinda paper. Yo, what is this fucking sleepy song? Stop giving me super relaxed song. Okay, this one's good. There we go. Your aim should be polished from that blue knees aim training. Oh my god, say it's with a lot of fucking videos. I don't know if I want to watch. Oh my god. I don't know if I want to react Andy right now. Bum bum bada bum bum bada bum 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 bada bum bum bada bum bada bum. Oh, the Muda ones talks about the Unity. This one's interesting. Since a lot of you guys are VR chat or just like games, this one's actually a good thing to know.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar. And what's the most important part of a video game? No, not the microtrans. Stop it, Blizzard! Ladies and gentlemen, no. The most important part of a video game is having good gameplay. How do you develop good gameplay? By having an amazing video game engine. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, game engines are some of the most important things when it comes to designing a video game. Because by all definitions of the word, the engine is what powers your graphics, your AI, your gameplay, your sound, and all those lovely little microtransactions that every AAA publisher loves to put in. Ladies and gentlemen, there's plenty of amazing video game engines out there. For instance, Frostbite, where Mirror's Edge Catalyst, Battlefield, Mass Effect Andromeda, a ton of EA games are built upon, actually shines. Absolutely beautiful looking game engine. There is game engines like Rage, Rockstar's advanced game engine, that render cities and environments like no tomorrow. And then there's engines like RE Engine, which renders out some of the best looking Resident Evil remakes you'll ever see. See, engines come and go, and they take millions of dollars to develop, and many, many years. Really, this is only in the realm of big companies and big publishers that have tons of time and money that they can actually dump into projects and ventures like this. So, of course, you may understand that, what if you're not one of those game publishers? What if I'm an indie guy? Well, then you're probably going to have to start using game engines that are already done and ready to go. Game engines made by people who only really make game engines. Now, of course, you're pretty much spoiled for choice. Now, of course, you've got CryEngine, which, if you don't know, belongs to the amazing Crysis franchise. This game engine is probably one of the best looking engines I've seen. Not only is it great, but they've actually managed to get ray tracing running on a pure software level, to the point where they were even able to get it running, believe it or not, on last generation game consoles. Kind of a tall order. Damn. Of course, you've also got game engines like Unreal Engine 5. For those of you who don't remember Unreal Engine 5, remember back to when we played the Matrix demo? Well, that amazing city was rendered on that amazing console by this amazing
If you use Unity, this is a good video.
Basically makes millions of dollars every year through their storefront and Fortnite, and that goes right into funneling one of the biggest AAA game engines you'll ever find. Then, of course, you've also got something intuitive like Godot Engine. But, of course, the story here comes all the way to Unity Engine. Now, you might actually think of the word Unity and kind of have a bad taste in your mouth, and that's because if you've been on Steam as long as I have, you'll know that a fuck ton of shovelware games are made on the Unity engine. Thank God for absolutely minimal licensing fees and an amazing asset store for all the kiddies to rip from, just to cause that. But of course, for every indie like crapfest that exists on Steam, there's amazing games like Valheim, like Disco Elysium, like V Rising, like Cuphead, like Genshin Impact, that all run on Unity Engine. See, Unity is not a bad engine by any stretch of the imagination. It seems like the leadership for Unity is wanting to turn it into a downward ship at this point. I haven't seen a company make decisions like this since Artesian, and let's get right into it. So number one starts off with the layoffs. Now, layoffs are a common thing, unfortunately, in today's economy, especially with record high inflation and the fact that we're still in a pandemic. So of course, you can imagine that for companies, usually the mid-tier to small-tier businesses are the ones that get hit the hardest. But for a company like Unity, they were actually showcased lately in their SEC 10K forms to actually be culling 4% of its workforce, which basically equates to around 200 or maybe slightly more than 200 people. As part of a continued planning process, where we regularly assess our resourcing levels against our company's priorities, we decided to realign some of our resources to better drive focus and support our long-term growth. This results in some hard decisions that impacted approximately 4% of all Unity workforce. We are grateful for the contributions for those leaving Unity, and we are supporting them through this difficult transition. Weeks after the CEO of Unity, John Riccitello, if you're actually getting deja vu with that name, this person was once former CEO of Electronic Arts, the biggest anus in video gaming to this day. Of course, John Riccitello, basically, while he is comfortable with firing these people after telling them, we're not really anticipating any layoffs, mostly because you don't want your workforce to plan ahead or rebel in some capacity. Yes, the same CEO's pay gap actually went massively high. 2020, was the year where John Riccitello, CEO of Unity, actually jumped their CEO pay to 160% where it originally was, to $22 million per year. So it's comfortable firing over 200 of your employees, but then making $22 million a year? Just basic American big business things. Am I right, boys, or am I right? John Riccitello, Chief Executive Officer, received $22 million in total, which 51% of that was $11 million in stock awards. Then he received $484,000 in non-equity incentive plans and $9.9 million in options awards, as well as, on top of that, the extra little cream, $360,000 in salary. God, isn't it great to be at the top end of the ladder? Fuck your employees, am I right? God damn. Now, don't get me wrong, layoffs happen a lot, but when it comes to a small mid-tier company, when they lay off their employees, like imagine if Artesian Builds, all right, for all the sinful things that they've done, had to lay off 50 of their employees. Typically, I found it in my experience when you hire people that work from big corporate structures who come down, typically try to cull the fat as much as they can. They want to make a ship that resembles what they came from. But of course, in this situation, Unity, being a pretty massive company in its own right, decided to fire those same employees, but at the same time increase the compensation that high for someone like John Riccitello. It's this kind of stuff that you can imagine burns people. Now, of course, you might be wondering, what kind of people did they fire for that long-term growth? Well, this takes us down a little bit of a side rabbit hole, if you will. Okay. Unity, being a game engine, kind of is in the middle of the amazing jaw-dropping visuals you see in Unreal and the intuitiveness of Godot. It's somewhere in the middle of that where it hasn't achieved both of those goals. It's kind of just in there. And the fact that Unity has been used by asset flippers this much, and by people who basically want to take advantage of their massive asset store, just exists with its user base, you know, in that capacity. Now, of course, don't get me wrong, there's plenty of games, like I mentioned earlier, that use this game engine to produce some really awesome titles. But Unity really needs to streamline its development and make things better for the average game developer, which is their target audience. Remember, Unity's target audience is not gamers, it's game developers. If they actually wanted to target gamers, they could have been like CryEngine, creating amazing game franchises like Crysis.
But also
they
make
could
games.
Have been like Unreal Engine, creating Fortnite, which is the absolute moneymaker that it is, and a pretty decent battle royale in its own right. They could have been like plenty of these game, engine manufacturers who actually have developed a successful game as a showpiece and a moneymaker for their firm. Of course, in Unity's case, they haven't done that. They tried to do that with something known as Gigaya, which is an in-development playable sample game we're creating to inspire your creativity. You want to know how cool this is for a second? Let me just show you some gameplay footage. Okay. Unity basically sat down and developed a little sample video game. And by sample video game, it's a game that's a live development, meaning that as they develop their engine, they develop this cool looking game. This game itself is just some standard little platformer, something that showcases the engine's visual front and shows a lot of those budding game developers how they can use these development techniques to better their own games. It's one of the coolest pieces of learning tech that they ever could have done. Unfortunately, those 200 plus layoffs, included the entire production team to a cool project like this. Remember, they wanted a long-term strategy. How the fuck is it long-term thinking when you're firing the people that are literally bettering your own game engine? You know, the thing that puts you on the map, if you will? Yeah, if you look down over here, they still to this day will show the productions team. From what I've understood, from all I know, every single one of these people that have designed this have all lost their job. They're all basically out of Unity as far as I understand. Wow. Maybe some of them got rehired to a different project, but this whole thing basically stopped. After 4 months of showing a project like this, they fucking canned it to the side. But of course, that knife twists a little deep, but it doesn't twist hard enough until you hear the next phase of this so-called expansion. So-called, Unity Gate, if you will. According to Kotaku's investigation in PC Gamer, they said literally those who lost jobs this week were asked by their bosses to suddenly log into a video call with no advance notice of what the call was about. But for some of these calls, a member of Unity's Human Resources Department also logged into the meeting. Okay. So in those cases, it's usually pretty clear that you're getting fired. Okay, that's pretty much what it is. Yeah. Unity is continuing to pay those who've been laid off for a month and offering a further month of severance and Cobra Health coverage. So they're not completely throwing you in the dark. They're giving you some money to at least get up and set, okay? Which is, I guess, better than nothing. I hope a lot of the people involved in this end up getting a job in different game sectors, different departments, and of course, in different companies that respect them a little bit better.
Yeah.
According to Unity, they have merged with a company known as IronSource, an Israeli-based ad company, if you will, right? So, of course, the world's leading platform for creating, operating interactive real-time 3D content, and IronSource, a leading business platform that empowers mobile content creators to turn their apps into scalable, successful businesses, announced today that they've entered into a definitive agreement under which IronSource will merge into a wholly owned subsidiary of Unity. So IronSource is getting absorbed by Unity in this case, an all-stock deal. So what is IronSource, if you will? Okay, IronSource has a pretty shitty history. But of course, to understand the whole context of it, they're basically, again, literally designed to further monetization onto the app marketplace of whole, right? So if you're a mobile app developer, these are the people, and from all I've heard, they are actually industry leading in terms of monetizing and creating some of the best ad networks, if you will. So the reason why Unity is getting them is if you've ever used the Unity game development tool, you'll know that they have their own ad frameworks as well. It's not exactly the best in class, so I assume them buying and merging with this company, which is, by the way, Unity, if you looked at their stock price, is absolutely tanking at the moment. Now, I don't even consider this too bad because $32 is very undervalued for a company like Unity, which is, from what I understand, the only direct competition to something as massive as Unreal. Of course, the company they did absorb, IronSource, actually was raking mega. Okay, I think it's valued somewhere to like 4.4 billion US dollars. Fucking massive indeed. The monetization money that you can make, the monetization rabbit hole, the monetization like world, if you will, for apps is a huge business, and this shows. But of course, the real shady side of it is IronSource is also known to be a former malware bundler, if you will. They've gotten that sort of designation, if you will. And it's sort of a weird designation, and I kind of want to get into it a little bit more. I want to deep dive into it. So you might be wondering, isn't it kind of shady that one of the world's biggest game engines is now partnering with somebody that's basically been smeared all over the internet as a malware bundler? Mutahar, how am I supposed to trust a software how am I supposed to trust any of the software on my computer now that they've partnered with somebody that's so shady? Well, to get this whole story, ladies and gentlemen, IronSource actually released something all the way back in 2016 known as Install Core, okay? Now, Install Core is not malware. Malware itself is a catch-all term. Think of this as more of adware, okay? Or something known as a PUP, or a potentially unwanted program, if you will. A PUA, which is not a pickup artist, it's potentially unwanted applications. What this basically means is Install Core, for those of you who don't know, is basically a tool that basically allowed you to create third-party installers for popular applications. Now, to understand, one of Microsoft's chief, I guess you could say, economists for web experience, strategy, and policy all the way up to this very day, Ben Edelman, actually made a closer examination onto what he meant by this on this entire situation with Install Core. Now, IronSource is a company that made Install Core back in the days of 2016, 2015, where they ended up getting blacklisted literally by actual antivirus software, typically Microsoft's Threat Intelligence and various others in the game, into actually being tagged as a potentially unwanted application, a PUP, adware, if you will. This was literally blocked by Microsoft. They were blacklisted by MS as a whole. So, of course, in this case, what they did was basically bundle in software, like popular software, in this case, like Google Chrome. And they basically bundled it in their installer package, which, if you've ever downloaded anything third-party off the internet, to understand what I mean is, have you ever really tried to download a web browser for free, right? Typically, what you would do is you'd open up a new tab like I'm doing right now. You'd go to google.com or your web browser or your web search of choice. You would go into it and you would type in Google Chrome download. So as you do Google Chrome download, you start to notice how they have ads at the top here. Now, of course, anytime you're on Google, any search engine, ignore the fucking ads, okay? These are bought and paid for, obviously. Now, of course, the first URL you see is chromeenterprise.google. Then you start to see google.ca. So that's actually a Google domain you'd be clicking on. Then you see www.info.com as an ad. Now, of course, this will throw you down into a rabbit hole that if you keep going down and clicking the wrong link, will just, like, for instance, gopher.com Chrome install. I hit on that. I go to gopher.com, okay? Of course, to understand what this basically means is, for old people, for me and you, who are more technologically savvy, we may look at that and go, that's pretty sussy-wussy. But for somebody that's old, they might happen to click on a different link. They might happen to click on something like www.freechromedownload.com. That URL is not owned by Google whatsoever.
Nope.
But it will show you a page that'll look deceptively close. In Ben's investigation into the entire thing, Ben, like many other researchers, showcased that the pages looked like this. So you see how it's Google Chrome, download free? To the average, like Andy, to the old person, they'll be like, oh shit, I'm downloading Google Chrome. That's what I wanted, and they'll click on that. They're not going to look at the fact that they're downloading from a URL known as downloadb.net, something shady as hell. And of course, what IronSource and a lot of these downloaders and installer tools were using deceptively hid that marketing at all. Of course, even the installer you can see once you launch it didn't have any signification. To the average person, this literally does look like the Google Chrome downloader. The only giveaway is the fact that it says, welcome to Download B, Download Manager. Where it gets really deceptive, however, is whenever you see an installer like this on a third-party website, you might be just there to click next, next, next a few times and immediately start using Chrome. The thing is, a lot of these third-party installers will give you Chrome. It won't deny that. But it'll always bundle some
with
sort
something
of weird
else.
add-on, whether that be a browser plugin, whether that be some third-party application you didn't want in the first place, that potentially unwanted program.
That's IronSource.
That's the problem with these types of installers. Now, in the defense of IronSource, and I hate to be doing this defense, this was an open source tool from my understanding. You can actually do the same thing with other tools on the marketplace, free and open source tools that still exist, third-party installer creators. And of course, what people were doing, malicious individuals, where they were taking IronSource's tool set, they were basically creating these malicious, malware-ridden installers, spreading them all over the internet and infecting users' computers. It got so bad that their tool, their open source tool, got blacklisted by Microsoft and the other AV leaders in the market. So of course, what actually happened in this case was it wasn't necessarily IronSource that was spreading the malware like some of the bigger sites would lead you to believe, like PC Gamer and whatnot. It's a little clickbaity. What actually happened in this situation was they created a tool, malicious people used it for bad reasons, and of course, they ended up getting smeared in the process. It's not to say they were a clean company in any capacity. Oh, fuck no. Any company that's involved this hard in data gathering is a shady, sussy business. But of course, they decided to distance themselves away from their installer tool and decided to go full dick into the ad game, which is where they're at right now. So realistically, one of the things about this and where the downfall of Unity really comes into after that whole history lesson is looking at the direction of the company going forward. To say that Unity is going to die immediately today or tomorrow is incredibly hyperbolic. That's not a statement that anybody should make. Unity probably will rebound and probably will do pretty successfully. But the way that the CEO of the company and the way that these acquisitions appear to be, their focus is not so much creating an amazing game engine tool, not creating a great product that
Money
will attract
making.
every game developer to them like honey and milk. No, their idea is to create a product that can design more mobile games and spread more monetization. That's what this acquisition was all about. That's what culling your entire game development branch was all about. That's what culling your game engine development branch was effectively all about. Because at the end of the day, John Riccitello is more interested in trying to get people to fucking monetize their games. I mean, to this day, the CEO, John Riccitello, again, I'm going to keep telling you this, calls mobile developers who don't prioritize monetization fucking idiots. This is a quote right here, too. Ferrari and some of the other high-end car manufacturers still use clay and carving knives. Riccitello said about the necessity of making monetization an early priority. Hey, John, Ferrari also doesn't sell cars like Toyota and Honda, okay? The people buying Ferraris are incredibly rare all the way throughout. Supercar manufacturers cater to, like, what, 2% of the market? 1% of the market that can afford millions of dollars of vehicles? Come on now, okay? Millions of dollars of a depreciating asset? This fucking out-of-touch boomer. It's a very small portion of the gaming industry that works that way. And some of these people are my favorite people in the world to fight with. They're the most beautiful and pure, brilliant people. Yeah, because they're not consumed with thoughts of battle passes and loot boxes and surprise mechanics every night. He says they're also some of the biggest fucking idiots. Of course, what John here means is when you're making mobile games, right? Mobile games are an incredibly saturated market. To stand out as a mobile game is way harder than standing out as a AAA title. Because when you're on the mobile platform, you are spoiled for choice as a gamer. Everything is free, everything is available, and frankly, when you got that much competition, the difference between somebody putting an hour of their time into your game versus 2 minutes is absolutely massive on the moneymaker. It can absolutely make or break your entire game. So, of course, when John Riccitello invests in all these ad platforms and networks, it's mostly there to appear, at least to me, at least to the pessimist side of me, that they're more interested
Oh my god, I'm still in Madison.
Monetization APIs, monetization frameworks for future mobile titles out there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, does that mean that this whole engine is dead? Is this engine going to die? Yes, this is a lot of bad news that we read. This whole like shady transition of
it's not going to kill it instantly.
What they are becoming right now is kind of hard to watch. But of course, these situations take months to manifest. Look, this could be a play by Unity to be absolutely amazing for them years down the road. But for the game developers involved and the companies involved, I hear a completely different story from a lot of those people. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the weird sort of shady collapse, if you will, the shady sort of slip down into hell, if you will, for a game engine. It's a wild story indeed, a wild ride. But if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it.
Out. John Riccitello. John Riccitello. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, chat, if you guys or anyone you know use Unity a lot and all that kind of stuff, especially if they're actual game developers, consider looking for an alternative in the near future. Ooh-wee. If Unity dies, VRChat dies. VRChat is built upon Unity engine, so it will affect it. It's not gonna die, but it will affect it, of course. The thing that I'm really like questioning is that how the fuck John Riccitello got his hand on Unity in the first place. Like, I don't understand. How the hell did he get his hand on Unity in the first place? Shame I was getting excited. Not funny. But yeah. Honestly, Unity, the thing is that a lot of people will think that Unity is basically on par with Unreal and I guess CryEngine, but I feel like not a lot of people use CryEngine nowadays. It's just like now, if you want to make a game, you only have two options: Unity or Unreal. Honestly. I guess CryEngine is a good choice, but I don't think I've ever played any game that is using CryEngine in the past year. Like what? Is there any developer other than Crytek themselves that use CryEngine in the current year? I don't think so. We still have Hunt Showdown. It's running in a CryEngine, but it is a Crytek. Maybe there are some AAA or AA. Oh, Kingdom Comes is on CryEngine, but then again, I haven't played that game. Prey is on CryEngine. Okay, that was a long time ago though. Why the fuck is the website so laggy? The fuck is this? Sniper Ghost Warrior, I don't play. Wilson, I don't play. Sniper, I don't play. Sniper, I don't play. Star Citizen, who? Deceit is a failed free-to-play game. Huh. Star Citizen? I guess they don't put Star Citizen here because it's still in development. Why the fuck's their website so heavy? What the shit is this? Why is it so laggy? 5% royalty applies when you ship your project. Your first 5K annual revenue per project is royalty free. Wow. Kingdom Come is criminally underrated. It's my childhood dream game fully realized. I feel like it's just because it's a very the game is very straightforward, specific. You will only enjoy this game if first you're a fan of this theme, which is what's the term for it? For this kind of time? Medieval. You're a big fan of medieval era. You're a big fan of swordplay simulation combat, right? And it has RPG. So you're a fan of RPG. And I'm not neither of all of those. I hate first-person melee. Not hate, not a fan. I prefer shooter when it comes to first person, and not a big fan of reading a lot of words. Although I gotta say, the fucking vibe of the game is really fucking cool. So yeah, it's not a game for everyone, like what Mary said. By no means I'm saying it's a bad game. It's just that it's a very specific game that only specific kind of people that will definitely love it. Morning, Jenny. How you doing? Good morning. Good morning. What's up? What's up? But yeah, all in all, I guess there's not a lot of games that use CryEngine in the current year, or the past year. So right now, most people are either using Unity or Unreal. I mean, yeah, that is that, honestly. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see how it goes. I guess we'll see how it goes. Alright. Wait, is Gar still up? Gara, alo, alo. Gara ding dong. Gara dong ding. I'm kind of thinking about playing some shooter. The coffee's still in effect right now for me. And I don't think I can sleep. And it's weekend. So I think I can play some games a little bit more. Do you have PC, man? Or are you going to sleep, or you down for some games? PUBG or what? We could do some PUBG. I'm down. I'm down. I could do some headshot machine right now. We could. Headshot. We're gonna farm some wins. If we play PUBG, that means, you know, because we only win, so like 1 lose equals 1 sin ban 1 random people in the chat. How about that? Seems fun. Huh? Let's do some PUBG. Fortnite la PUBG. Right, does virtualization affect on system a lot? Virtualization? I don't know many people using it for mobile games on playing in PC, but does it have any side effect? If you know, of course. Virtualization in what aspect? What topic are we talking about? Are we talking about like just a VM? Like you're talking about the fucking emulating? If we're talking about VM, then I mean, I haven't used it for so long. Last time I used it was when I was still in college, just like 4 to 5 years ago, because I need it for coding, programming, stuff like that. Because I run both Windows and Linux. I don't think. I mean, I don't think it has any side effects. Like, although the usage of it is very important as well, because it depends on what do you want to use the VM for, the emulation, VMware. If you want to emulate another BIOS or another OS, if you only use it for like light works, it's fine. Like, you know, testing software, programming, and stuff like that, it's fine. Nox and BlueStack? BlueStack and Nox are pretty performance hungry. They're pretty, based on my understanding of my friends play those gacha game in their PC. They can run that game while playing Valorant, but when they turn off Nox, Valorant will have a lot more FPS. So even though it's not really hungry performance, you can still do it. Although obviously you cannot play like, you know, AAA games while running Nox at the same time. I don't think that's possible. But yeah. So I feel like it takes some, but not much. What's the use case for you anyway? What are you trying to use it for? Also important. Importante. Install 2 or 3 mobile games? And it's fine. You can go ham. The fuck is plus? I played this last year? Yeah. I guess? I think it was with me, remember? Where we played for a little bit. And we just got fucking owned by people left and right. With insane aim. Edit profile. Whoa, animated. This is like Call of Duty. I'm gonna use the animated one. Have 2 or more vest helmet destroyed by an enemy. Chief 1 player year of playing PUBG. Make 3 PUBG friends. Played off stream? No, I played it on stream with Gara. I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah. Whoa! I have so many things unclaimed. Loot box? Huh? Whoa. The fuck is move? Let's see if Gara can live up to Liquid Snake. I can never is the god. I can't speak though. Gotta punch my water. What's up, dude? Ah. Whoa, so many cases to open. Open. Ew. Open. Stripping sandals. What the fuck? Open. No. Fucking skin for a weapon I never use. Ah, shit. Sure. Should I go just with this? Nah. This one helps. Yeah. God damn. Ooh, that looks cooler. This looks cool. Right. Let them shout. I'm here. I don't see. Oh. So because I'm offline, hold up. You're not in game. The fuck? In my Steam. Huh? Mr. Hanky. What the fuck is this name? Oh my god. I forgot that outfit is so good. Holy shit. Alright, let's fucking go. Wait, hold up. Do not run. I think I'm just gonna go with this. Not run. Mr. Hanky. Join event. Hunter's chest event. I guess we can do this. Wait, we can just join everything? The fuck? Oh, okay. Just have to manually join it. Okay. I didn't know you can join all of them. Let them shout. Should I buy any? Ooh, I can open this crate. I'm gonna waste all my point. Holy, that looks sexy as fuck. Damn, their skins are fucking crazy. I still remember when Shroud have a skin in this game. Shroud and Doc. Good time, good time. What the fuck is this? Sanyang set? Huh? Okay. The fuck is that? Hmm. B-Duck costume. Sponsored. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I can buy this for one? Oh shit, we got a game. I will not run. Hello.
Oh.
Are you ready for some chicken dinner, man?
I'm ready to spray to the heavens. Wait, let me position my mouse to be on top of my mouse pad.
Just be mindful of using the barrel. That's all you gotta worry about.
Is this a new map? Oh yeah.
Yeah. I know there's not a lot of people like this new map. There's a lot of it takes a lot more time to matchmake.
It is 4 a.m. my friend.
Also, yeah, true. But it's weekend though. I thought a lot of DGen stays up.
But it's PUBG.
Oh yeah, true. Fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough. Where are we dropping?
I don't know, dude. It's my first game on this map.
Okay. Honestly, the Ripton is not bad. You can drop like around here. You can test the fucking thingy thing as well. You can like drop, yeah.
I think when we were still playing, it was still good. I think.
I don't know. I don't think so. I just found out about it in this release.
Oh yeah, Control M is a godsend. I forgot.
Oh yeah, I forgot that's a thing.
Are you going to that big ass base?
I guess so, yeah.
I'll go with you. I'm gonna go on the right side.
I don't see anyone around anyway, so... Oh, I see one.
Yeah, there's a few. I saw.
Oh, what the fuck? The game just alt-tab by itself. What the shit?
I'm scared. Oh shit. I have the best gun for the starting drop.
What is it?
I have the slug shotgun.
Oh, okay.
There's an Uzi there if you don't have a gun yet.
Yeah, I got it.
There's an M249 here. And a level 2 backpack. And 2x. Go to the next building.
Yeah, yeah. Let's do it up, do it up.
There's someone here.
Coming to you. Oh.
He's just in front of me. He has a shotgun too.
He's dead.
Nice. Kill him.
Where's your friend, huh?
I got fucking wrecked.
Get inside, get inside. Get a little bit deeper. I got a feeling it's gonna show up on the other one.
Is that Shroud skin on floor?
Is it?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
It's duos, right? I think so.
Yeah, it's a duo. It's so weird to get 100 FPS in this game, holy shit.
Yeah, I remember playing this game, and then my first drop would always be like, my texture's loading, so I had to wait.
I know, right? Got a C4? The fuck? Alright, I have a shit ton of ammo if you need. Let me know. I'm gonna drop this extended quick draw mag for SMG.
Fuck is an EMT gear? Is this for rezzing you?
Yeah, it's like fully dead.
Should I bring one? Nah, we're not gonna die.
Yeah, true. Is it actually Shroud skin? It's not. Random ass sheet. There's a MK47 mutant. The one tap, one tap.
Right, let me change to a EMP.
What's your gun now?
EMP and I'm picking up the MK7.
Okay, you need ammo?
Yeah.
Here. Bada bam. Now the question is, where the fuck is his friend? Because I do remember see his friend drop not too far. But I rappelled up. There's a rappel next to it.
It's so fast, huh?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know.
It's so fast.
And careful, you can press F while in the middle of it, and you're just gonna let
There's
go.
There's an M4 here.
I'm good. I got ace. Ooh. You're level 2. You're still level 2 or level 3?
Level 2. I'm picking up the M4.
M4 over here. There's a lot of green ammo here. Green! I think his friends abandoned him. Saj. Where should we go?
I don't know, man.
Let me see. Okay, I guess we'll just walk towards the gate. Go. Okay, let's go here. Whoop!
It's so eerily quiet.
I know, right?
Place.
That's how it always is, though, this game.
I need a better scope for my DMR.
Alright. 2x, 4x, or?
Any range scope.
This is 3x
it's
here.
Not a 1x. Okay. You're not using it?
Nope. Not a fan. Oh, jammer pack here.
I have one.
Cool. Did I use jammer pack or just like level 3? I'm gonna go level 3. So when he's still alive, yeah. The map is a little bit spread around, and a lot of people are still trying to figure it out. So this is like brand new map. Alright, let's keep going. Where the fuck?
the zones. Like, we have to cross the bridge.
Yeah, let's go. There's not a lot of people, dude. What the fuck?
Dude, your pan looks so sick. What the fuck? Why do you have items? Hello?
My what?
Your pan.
I mean...
Bring it out.
My pan? The fuck is a pan?
The pan. The thing.
Oh, the pan. The fucking pan. Wait. How? Can I bring it
a
out?
Backpack skin. Oh.
What?
It looks. It looks like something out of Mad Max.
Oh yeah. I forgot how. It's like a reward for like something. I don't know. Like long time player or some shit. Look, my melee item.
There's a 4x here. You want it?
I already have it. Might want to stick some boosters.
Here. Picking up all the meds and grenades.
Oh, finally some helmet. Holy shit. Another helmet level 2 here. Hold up.
At least it shines now when you don't have the thing.
The thing?
When
Holy
you have an
shit.
upgrade. So we can only go down on this.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
Total.
I remember having shittiest FPS. Oh my god. There's a lot of slugs here if you need more.
I guess sure. Let me actually try the slug. No recoil. Holy. Okay. With a gun. Okay, cool.
Do we drive away?
Car? Sure. Why not?
We be driver?
Where the fuck do we go again?
We have to go up the ramp.
Oh. Alright, the bridge. Skirt.
Oof.
Damn, the circle is fast. The fuck? Oh shit! Oh!
Okay. Interesting. Interesting.
Alright, never mind. Took the wrong way, man.
Oh wait, no, I don't need to do a boost. I forgot we had the jammer pack.
Oh yeah. Oh shit, I need them though. Oh, there's another buggy in front. Take that. You drive.
Dude. Whenever I drive, my whole squad dies.
Don't worry, I have the same reputation. Just go! Here, let me pick the closest spot. Outside.
Why am I letting Rad drive? It's the same thing if I drive.
Alright, careful. There'll be someone here.
I heard like shots.
Yeah, far though. I think we're good. There might be someone here. It's okay, Grandpa. It's okay. It's a firework.
I'm gonna try to see if I can
Okay.
third parties. My apex brain.
Apex brain.
Holy. I never realized how much zoom these things do. Oh my god.
Alright.
I can't see. Okay, never mind.
Self AED. Revive yourself when knocked down.
It's a self-res. Yeah.
Hey. That seems kind of fucking awesome. I forget Bison is in this game. Okay. What's your weapons right now?
M4 and a Mini 14.
Okay.
I'm on the next set of buildings.
Okay.
Oh, you can pick up another jammer pack to reset the duration on it.
Reset the what?
The life on the jammer pack if you pick up another one.
Oh no, I'm using the level 3.
You need boosts.
Boost? No, I'm good. I might need extra. Right now I have 1 painkiller and 1 energy.
I could give you some energy drinks.
Oh, we gotta go.
Yep. Are we gonna be chasing the whole game? Fuck.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the buggy.
Beep beep beep.
Go.
Why are you driving into me?
Alright, careful. There might be some people here.
Yeah, I'm ADS'd. Ready to spray. It's somewhere around there.
Let's stop here. I'll walk on foot. Oh, one here!
I'll give you some energy.
One me. You
Just
down?
outside? No.
Dead. He's
Bro,
alone.
my recoil control. Out of this world.
Dead.
Oh my god, I
Olé.
almost died.
What the fuck? My ace is fully decked out, so the recoil is not that bad.
I picked up some.
Careful, there's gonna be some people around.
Yeah, it's somewhere there, like above there.
Alright, let's work our way to the circle. So we don't have to run again a little later.
We're on the slower side-ish. Yeah.
visual. I think they're on the other side of the hill.
I hear a bike.
Apa? Oh!
Motorcycle.
They're just driving through. Yeah, they're gone. They're not stopping. We could go there though to get closer, just in case they stop.
Sounds like they stopped.
Circle moving in.
Oh, what beautiful stairs.
Yeah, they're not stopping. I don't see any bikes.
So we have a squad somewhere on our right that was fighting. And then those biker boys.
Might have to change my shotgun soon. I don't know. Should I get my shotgun or should I just swap to a sniper? Or like a long range weapon?
There's a Mark 12 out there.
I'm gonna try to keep it. See what's up.
Yeah, it might work out for you.
Because I always ended up with a rifle and a sniper. BZ grenade suppress your enemy with blue zone anytime. What?
It's basically a blue zone grenade.
Huh? Okay.
I don't know if the damage ramps up though.
I cannot. It's too heavy. I'm not picking it up. Shit, we might need more booster. How many booster do you have?
1 adrenaline and 4 energy.
Shit, don't have boost.
I could give you 2.
Yeah. I'm good right now.
I'm dropping 2 here right on you.
Okay. Thank you.
I see one.
Careful,
Very
careful.
far.
We are in the open.
It was a bot.
Okay.
You're shooting at someone though. There. Right on the pickup, too.
Oh, it was far. I'm worried about our left side.
They died.
Nice. That's close.
Here.
That's close. No visuals.
There. On the tree,
The fuck?
Right here.
Oh, I
There's
see
a
him.
car coming behind us.
I see him. Hit him once.
I got the guy in the car.
Nice. The tree guy's hiding completely. That nice.
We have a team coming from here.
Should be the last. Oh wait. So I guess 2 more, 2 and a 1.
Could be 3 solos or like a duo and a solo.
Yeah. Painkiller noise. I'm gonna try to get a high ground.
Yeah, maybe.
Liquid snake.
Careful here.
Hmm?
In front, in front.
Killed him? Nice.
Yeah, solo.
Insta? Oh, okay, okay. So it's a duo. Munga, what if it's the bike guys from before?
Probably.
I'm gonna sweep the circle.
It could be the bike duo, actually.
Yep. At this point... Oh! It's a bot. Is it though? The fuck? Oh, never mind, never mind. Oh, I'm getting shot by the other guy. Fuck. Somewhere close to you or something. No idea where. You see him?
No, I finished your kill.
He was aiming at you, but someone shot me once.
His teammate, his teammate. Unless he had the self AAD, that I don't know.
Oh, I see him. Dead. Okay.
Easy. We're so good at this game.
Okay, man. Okay. So easy, man. So easy.
Is this a just chatting game? Lol.
Chicken on a
Honestly,
first
I
try.
thought that would be a hot zone drop, but no.
Yeah.
Only saw one guy.
Do you know how does the rank work in this game?
No.
Guess we can
Probably
give it a try.
MMR based again. Yeah. Can I? I only the host.
I cannot play play normal matches and achieve level 80. What? That is a lot of level. Oh my fucking
Obama,
god.
you, yo,
Jesus Christ, Onsen. Thank you for the 666. I keep forgetting 666 is a fucking jump scare bits. Fuck me. Spice it up. Let's play a 4 squad.
We might find another
Yeah. Ready up, ready up.
liquid snake.
You just woke up, literally everyone just fell asleep watching the stream once and
Sorry, Shroud. I mean, sorry, Jen.
oh, Jenny already woke up. She said good morning earlier. Jesus, that's fucking alert. So fucking loud. Holy. See?
Let me check my in-game voice. Not gonna lie, I kinda wanna make coffee.
Make what?
Coffee. And just try to... Hello? Just try to sleep. Like, stay up and then sleep earlier.
Stay up and sleep early. Oh, sleep on the next night.
Next day, yeah.
You could.
Yo, look at Ninawa. Look, come. Look at this guy. Ole. Ole, man, ole.
My God. Jesus. Those cheeks, though. Oh. No way. I'm back. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. So we got RPND. Orale.
I know that there's some dances you can join in on.
Oh, like the synchronized dances?
Yeah. Maybe I should buy one and then we can just
How do you dance actually?
You have to have...
I think I do have, but what's the keybind?
That's a hero, yo.
I might have unbind it. Or...
F4.
The fuck?
Oh my god, I'm friendly, I'm friendly.
I don't have dances.
He's telling us to go nowhere. Okay, never mind. Oh, this map is fun because insta fights.
Oh, it's a small one. Oh yeah, it is. Holy
it's
shit.
a 2x2.
Small.
We have a squad here.
Oh shit, I might drop late. I might drop a little bit further. Later than yours. Yeah.
Oh fuck, this guy got this.
You guys are together.
I'm fucked. I'm
you're
fucking dead.
with
I'm
me
fucking
now.
dead. I'm fucking dead. Don't kill me. Okay.
Good luck.
This guy tried to kill me.
Oh my god, fucking frame. Oh, Scar L. Fuck, no backpack. Fuck me.
That's one friend down.
Chat. What the fuck was that? Dude, I'm not even surprised. That's such a common thing.
Did you fall off?
Nah, the black zone killed me.
Black zone?
Yeah, the fucking napalm.
Oh.
They call it black zone. It goes through the building. I was indoor. And it insta-killed me. Yeah, chat, you guys can clip that. That's a clip. Easy. There it is.
Is it not a more cut?
No idea.
Oh, the purple. Yeah, the black zone's insta kill. I recall.
Okay. It goes through the building, so yeah. Good luck. There's nothing stopping it.
Holy, recall, holy.
Clean. Oh, they're holding angle. They know, they know. One more?
He's dead.
Oh. Shush.
I'm gonna just try to kill this last spot and then I'm gonna seppuku.
Oh, dude, fucking win it. Or save
Huh?
me now. Mm-hmm. Ah, nice try.
It's okay.
Nice try. Dude, that doesn't count for me. What the fuck? Holy shit. I literally was looting. Should I pick up this gun or weep? What the fuck am I supposed to do? Holy shit.
Guess you don't do anything. Oh, I have the pack too. Okay, never mind.
The what?
I have the. What you call this? The same. It's everyone gets it. But for those who bought the game.
Oh, okay.
Did you pre-order? You did, right?
No.
No.
I buy like a month or two.
You could have been rich, man.
True. How much is it sold for? I forgot.
Like $10. It wasn't that expensive.
It's definitely above 100, right? I can tell it.
I just screamed at them. Probably muted their voice chat. Oh no. Yo, he got the ball on top of the building.
The
This guy's
soccer?
professional football player.
Sheesh. Ronaldo.
Oh, we got the same map. You need,
shit.
you can have redemption. Yo, he knows. It's fucking up here.
Tactical nuke incoming!
Good. Akela. With the raid. Yo, I'm eating chicken right now, by the way, bro. Yo, what's up? Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to this very random PUBG with Gara stream. How you doing?
Yeah, I
How's
should
your
play
stream?
with Red before he feels like not playing it anymore and then download it for no reason.
How's your stream? What are you doing? Playing the what's that name? Warship game? I forget what it's called.
I wonder if this map is full 100 players or it's around 70.
It stopped at 64. It seems like a cap number. Yeah, I'm playing with Gara. Zup El Crasherino. What if I can stream today? What you do? Yeah, I'm gonna drop with you. Oh shit.
I will follow you. Oh, you're following me. Let's follow yellow.
Yeah.
We're following
Familiar faces joining? Hell yeah, that's good shit. Where are you playing, by the way?
your mom. Two squads. Yeah, 2 squads. I don't want to go for the tall buildings.
Oh no, one of our friends splitting up. That's not good. Tactical roll. Okay, sticky bomb. Oh shit. I swear,
Yeah,
if
I
I
can blow up
die,
the walls with the the half wall top. I mean the broken wall like this. You can throw a thing there.
oh, okay. I swear to God, if I got killed by the black zone again before I even shoot. Okay, holy shit, that sounds so close. I don't think we need fucking 3 times in this, right? I think
Only
3
with snipers,
times.
because snipers don't get like 4x is the highest you get, I think.
Ah.
I need a backpack.
I think half grip is for semi-auto. Or maybe not, I don't know. Recoil recovery. I don't know what the fuck that mean. ADS speed. Okay, angled for crisp vector. Never mind. Monga Giga. Start with some art, then worship, and then after that, ultimate chicken horse. Oh, okay. Now I see what you mean. The funny stream. Ultimate chicken horse, baby. Fuck, I love that game. So hilarious.
Wait, did everybody leave?
What do you mean
Like the
leave?
people that dropped here? Or
I
did
don't
they
see
not
anyone.
drop here at all?
So maybe. Pretty chill so far. God damn it, I should have jumped. Oh no, not again.
Rat. Run away, rat, run!
No, please, please, please! Ah! Please! Spare me, sir!
Run!
Alright, I think I'm good. Holy fuck me! Holy shit! Okay, that was really fucking close. Oh shit! Yo, no one is here. I'm gonna follow you guys.
Yo, this guy's pants saved his fucking life.
Huh?
He was the one shot and then his pan absorbed the last shot.
Classic PUBG.
I'm coming back to you guys. Pretty open spot.
Gara?
Yo.
I think someone's with me. Or my ping.
I'm watching. I'm looking. I don't see anyone on your side. There's a care package all the way back at 80. Yeah, he pinged it. Right here, right here.
Huh?
On ping, on ping. Holy! You're good. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Are we good?
Yeah. They pushed up here.
Are they all dead?
No.
Okay.
One here.
Sir's trying to shot me, but I don't see him.
He was shooting me. You were hearing the biz.
I'm a push in.
Yep.
Wish me luck.
You hear them? One's right here.
Yo, we keep running around.
When
Thank you. We keep running around each other. Oh my god. Keep missing him, he keep missing me.
Hey, I want faster, faster.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, bro.
Okay.
Hey, give me some ammo, bro.
So what?
I need a new level 2.
There's a lot of people, but it's so far. Oh my god, what the fuck? Yo, someone shot me.
From our right, I think.
On my ping? Enemy.
Spoilers.
Oh, these guys are gonna have to come to us.
Oh yeah.
Let's go, go.
On that little shack right here. What level 1 helmet?
I don't see it. Oh. Is he? Oh my god! He was aiming at me. Rushing at us.
Mark.
Pussy. They pussy.
Mark.
Is he shooting at you?
Zone. Let's go to zone. Guys, fall back.
I'm pinned down.
Come. And here's to our left also.
Alright, running in. Run back. Oh, no, we cannot. Shit.
These guys? What are they doing? Hello? Team?
They're playing super safe. They're not going for the kill.
They're playing for the win. Oh, another team came. I'm gonna keep my body out of their reach.
Woohoo! Ugh. Oh, these dudes are fancy.
Oh my. Oh, this guy's level 500.
Jeez.
You're level 500 you play like that? Pussy.
Mark.
Everyone's fighting their own thing. Oh, he has no more heal. Oh, that guy is crazy. He's not helping anyone at all.
Yeah. Survival at the fittest. Literally. To be fair, he does look like he knows what he's doing. Almost. Almost. He almost know what he's doing.
Dude, his first spray on that first guy was so good.
Yeah.
And then... Poof.
He does have the AUG though, which is AUG, which is pretty fucking good in this game.
True.
Ole. That map is kind of chaotic.
Yeah. Whoever gets better guns first.
Yeah, essentially.
Because they can just leave and just take the spots.
Hey, you can win every game, chat. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
Winning our first means we can always lose.
True.
Bro, why are we throwing apples? Such a waste.
Oh, we're in that map. I actually kind of like this map. It's kind of fun.
Same. It's just hard to see some people.
True. It's really.
You know what I
easy to
miss?
camouflage.
I miss the fog maps.
Oh my god.
Those were annoying, but they were also fun to play.
So scary. I remember the fog being so fucking hard to see through.
Oh wait, it's kind of foggy, I guess. But no, the fog there was so bad.
Yeah.
Snipers were useless.
You cannot see anything above 5 meters. Everything just like... I guess? I'm not sure if this is a 4-game or a 2-game. It's a squad. But we are dropping boot camp.
We'll find out if we kill 2 people and they don't die.
Oh shit! I forgot, I gotta manually join you. I keep forgetting that.
Since you're late, I think you should land there. I'm landing here. And then we just go inside.
Okay. Yeah, I'm landing here. Close.
That's just so sure that you will
Bring me back. M16 shit, bro. Ah, there you go. That's more like it. Panzerfass over here. Oh shit. Alright, you're good?
Yeah, I'm just looting my last building.
I'm gonna chill at the entrance of boot camp.
Right or left building?
We're gonna go left.
One of them on the shotgun. Okay. Is there like a level 1 vest there or something?
Level on what?
Vest. No, that's a problem.
Okay, okay. I don't know if a shotgun is worth it right now. I'm entered through the window. Ooh. No, do not enter through the window. He's gonna peek, he's gonna peek. Nice, right?
I have no vest, dude.
Motherfucker's camping the window. I see so many
Right
dead
away.
body. Holy shit.
Yeah, this is me and Red's experience.
There's gotta be a lot of 500 level easily in this game. Yeah, we're playing.
You
a
have to be
4-man.
level 80 to play rank. Fuck. I'm just level 60.
I'm level 2, motherfucker. 3. Wait, never
Oh, that's
mind.
Battle Pass. You're 34.
18. I wonder how easy it is to level up though.
Oh, chaotic map.
Oh shit, this map again. Go for Snake? I don't know if he's online or not. Let's see. Oh. We are following Mr. Fisu.
Fisu!
Fisu! Chew!
Dude, I'm hungry. Fuck.
You go get something to eat.
Maybe I'll make an oatmeal
Ooh.
with cinnamon.
I was eating my dinner the whole fucking stream. I just finished it now. I completely forgot I
How did you
haven't
order
finished
it?
my dinner during the horror game.
Oh.
It's just like laying there. After that, I was like, oh shit, I forgot to finish it.
What the fuck is Blue Sneeze? My god. What a name! What a name to say.
A what?
Blue Sneeze.
Oh. Because he keeps
Or
scrolling.
another way of saying, "Oh, you're haunted." Oh, I'm Blue Sneeze.
Ooh, not gonna lie, I kinda want some coffee right now. Not gonna lie. Yeah. Sorry. Oh, shit. Shimmy machine. Give it to me. Holy shit, my throat. Oh my god. Ah! Fuck. Parkour.
There's not a lot of ammo, huh?
Ammo?
A lot of meds, but not a lot of ammo.
Uh-huh. Okay, I need to kill something. Give me somebody to shoot. Now. Looks like this area is completely empty.
I'm going for that fight. Fuck it, let's go.
Yep. I might need some long-range weapon for later in the game.
I couldn't find any, so I just put my 3x on my M4.
Works out well. Give me what you want. Can't stop because can't stop running inside.
My thing.
I'll check it.
What? Where?
No, not closer.
I'm not gonna push, I'm just gonna shoot from
Come
one
in.
of them.
Mark number 4. Okay.
Yes. I don't know what he said. I see a lot of people are using the SKS. I guess it's good.
Yeah, one's here too.
Everyone's far, yeah? Oh, that sounds pretty close.
Hold on.
Closing in.
Mark one.
I'm closing in.
Oh yeah. No, yeah, I have all my mark. One guy behind the rock.
There's another team on my left.
No problem.
Right.
Hey, number 4. Let's push.
One here. One pushing up with you.
Yeah.
I am good.
Oh, this guy's pissed. He got some good shit. Woo! Boy, I'm so sorry, sir. Oh! Holy.
I was just outside. This guy's pushing up close.
Coming in.
Just under me, I think, or above me.
Oh, there's a fucking underground system in this game? What?
Killed one.
Oh,
Right here.
I'm coming. I'm pretty far. Ping again.
Or close. Like right here. Just under me. Might be rezzing his friend.
Oh no. I don't see him.
It's a whole
Ooh! Gara, I'm gonna fucking stop moving! No!
Okay.
No! No, fuck! Shit, bro.
Oh no, there's another guy on you.
Someone on me. It's free kill. Free kill.
That.
Good luck.
Why does everyone play so
I
casually?
don't know. I'm not gonna play this map again, man. Fuck this map.
I think you can remove maps on the...
Can you?
Not sure.
I don't think so.
I'm still spectating your dead body.
What I'm confused about is
these
that
guys in there.
why are they so spread out? The recoil is so
Their
weird.
sprays with the 3x are crazy.
I know. They're all adapted to this game.
You're playing it like it's Apex.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so boring.
What the fuck? Hey, man. Oh shit. He's dead, yeah. There's a
I was
silence.
spectating your hook body the whole time. I couldn't change.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you can remove maps.
Let me
But
see.
I'm not sure. That was before.
There's like quick play and then that's it. Like you cannot select a certain map like CS:GO kind of thing.
This guy did nothing. Oh, that's you.
I killed 2
Wait,
though.
you had 2 kills and 17 damage. Hello, huh?
Yeah.
How?
Yep. Both of them are low. The one that I killed, that killed you, is like technically 1 tap. Impressive, right?
Really? It
Impressive,
was a headshot
impressive.
though. I thought.
Pretty impressive, man. No, I cannot. Quick join is literally anything.
It just puts up on any map that needs people.
Yeah, I'm assuming. I don't know. Let's try duo quick join. See what's up. What's gonna we get? What we're gonna get?
Yeah, because I have a feeling that everyone's just playing the big map.
Oh, ready up again? Got reset.
Oh. What's the hunter chest do?
A what?
Hunter chest. Oh, you open it with a key.
Oh yeah. It's like CS:GO basically.
Hey baby, I gotta dance.
Noise.
Where is it?
They're moving across your field. Sings one last love.
Where's my dance? Hello, game?
I got the frog.
Skamaz?
I got the frog jacket. Oh shit, bruh.
I think you have enough keys to make one of the hunter chests.
I got one just now.
Oh, you have to craft it. Oh,
shit.
no.
I think the green
I need credits
jacket.
to craft it.
I think the green jacket is an easy target.
Dude, what I'm wearing is easy. I'm fucking purple.
Dude, look at this. Hold up. How do I equip it? Oh, I gotta stop matchmaking. Hold up. Boom.
Right, let's go frog.
Oh my
Frog
god.
team.
Monga giga.
Oh wait, I have to equip, I forgot.
I have to not find a game to open? Oh, never mind. I have this. Wait, craft 1 key.
You have to make the key.
Okay.
But you need credits to make something.
Oh,
like
shit.
it's a different kind of credit.
Wait, I can open though. Oh! Oh? Imprint?
Dude, I kind of want to gamba and see if I get skins. But I know I'm just gonna get white skins.
Oh my god, dude, this is disgusting. You still need to... Ew.
Yeah, I know. I was excited. I was like, oh, I have a dance.
Earn credits. Repurpose. Ew,
Okay,
what the fuck is this
you got a
system?
full set. Though.
Yeah, I got a full set. What the shit,
But
bruh?
how do you get points anyway? That is the question.
I have no idea. We need more chicken!
Oh, that was fast. The PUBG demons are waking up. Oh? Oh, it's the Korean map.
Not sure, I'm still on a loading screen.
50 people on this big ass map. Hello. Oh, there.
The minute still
people are
finding.
coming in slowly. Yeah. No, but it's counting down. Oh no.
I mean,
it's
that
70
means
now.
yeah, that means it's enough. Yeah, it's enough time. It's all calculated. Alright, this is a
But honestly, ever since it became the Korean devs, it's been better.
It's a more battle royale focus. Well, the original guy,
There's more
Player
content
Unknown.
coming out.
Yeah, the Player
Fast.
Unknown guy is not really that about that. It's more of a like the fresh, the more realistic take of it.
Yeah.
It's more of the experience rather than the content. Is this a new map? No, it's not.
It was last year's map.
The fuck is that circle? But let's
Guess
drop
that's
down here.
very lit. Frogger following.
Yo, I already dropped, motherfucker.
I'm behind you.
Oh, what the
I'm
fuck?
on your ass.
Oh, okay. Ooh, this is.
Where are we going?
This is similar
Okay.
to. Let's go to the right house.
It looks like it's the first map, but
Yeah,
brighter.
exactly. Exactly what I thought.
I think we have one guy with us. One guy. He's going here.
Oh yeah, it's in the furthest. I'm gonna land the same house. Chaos. Oh no, I got an SKS. I'm out. God, I'm getting shot! Hiya!
No, that was me. That was me. That was
Okay,
me.
fuck you!
No, I saw him. He was
Oh,
running
okay.
towards your direction. He went up. He went up.
He went up? The fuck? Careful, I don't know the
I got
fucking shit.
I got him. I got him.
Nice.
There's a level 2 vest here.
Nice. Vita.
Is the Mark 12 good?
Girl. You just finish him up?
Yep. K2. No, it really is the Korean map.
What is K2?
Huh? It's a Korean service rifle.
Oh shit. I'm gonna try the SKS. Fuck it. Is the K2 good though? I'm gonna try to shoot.
Question.
Holy
It's
fuck, the
fucking loud.
recoil. It's worse than M4. I'm assuming it has more damage than M4.
You want me to pick up a 4X for you or no?
I already have one. Good. Yeah, let's get into
Double
fights.
jump, good.
Let's go, let's go. Some fight, I want some fight. Oh, I see one. He's getting across the... Oh!
On our left.
Ooh, one taps. Damn, the M4 with nothing is fucking hard to control. Ole.
There's an M4 here if you want.
I already have an M4.
Oh yeah,
This shit's bearable.
or what if there's 50 real people and then the
50
rest are
bots?
Here.
Could be. Let's go.
Around here. Left to right. Right side.
Careful. That is, I think that's a shotgun. Huh?
He was beside
there.
me.
What the fuck?
There should be more in here.
Hello. You good?
Yep. Sounded like it was here.
He's in the police station, right?
Somewhere there.
That I'm assuming is a.
I got shot from the right.
Yeah, it's
I got shot from the right.
executioner costume. The fuck?
I hear steps coming. This 345. Oh, this gun kicks so hard.
Nice.
There should be one more.
Shooting at me, but I don't see. Oh, my God. Yeah, we're good. Oh, lady, SK is jumped.
Yeah, but I think you just need the right attachment, probably.
Hmm. God damn.
There's a motorcycle there. $50 bots down. I think that's on the other side of the village.
Let's take the
Or
bike.
town, I mean. Oh, I don't have a pistol to shoot. I'll just do a John Wick and jump off my bike.
Where do we go though? Do we chill around here still, or?
Shots, mod check.
Oh, let's switch to the car. Ram that tree, do a flip. Fuck off, dude. This looks like a decent movie. Police! Oh, there's a mortar here.
Spotter scope.
Yeah, spotter scope, I have no idea what the fuck. I guess it's for the mortar. Like it's side-by-side usage.
Yo, I'm gonna use the M249.
Do it up. I'm decked up, brother. M4 and a M24.
Dude, I hate how you have to unequip stuff.
You can change
Why
that.
is it
There's a
not
setting
when
for it.
you drop.
Go to gameplay, settings, gameplay, and then at the bottom, all the way at the bottom, there's like a fucking auto clip this, auto replace this. Just enable everything.
Oh, yeah.
Yup.
Yeah, I got my sniper too.
Okay. Ooh, let's go for the fucking square box. Square. Fucking loot box, drop box, whatever the fuck. Drop. Okay. Oh!
Holy!
Okay.
Oh my god.
Streamer loot. Streamer loot.
What the fuck?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Ping me the potential location, so I can at least like.
Turn right. It's right under here. Right
Here?
under here.
Alright. Alright, I gotta drift a little bit further.
Oh my god. What the fuck is this?
It's Christmas, baby.
And before everyone starts coming here and. Go for the red box.
Mm-hmm. Og.
I got a ghillie suit.
I got an og. Sheesh. Is 50th time good in this game? I forgot. I think it's overkill.
It's too zoomed in.
It's good, I guess, for this situation right now. Sure. Guess I'll.
You want a suppressor for an AR?
Nah, I'm good. I got
There's
it.
one on.
Actually, the AUG is pretty fucking.
It's on that back.
Okay. Let me test my recoil. Holy fuck. You test it with the scope? With the. Oh yeah, it's sexy. I'm gonna keep it. Because it's sexy.
I'm not gonna pick up a 15 time. That's too much.
Got no more space running. Okay. Adrenaline surge. Alright, where do we go now?
I don't know. Because I know we cleared the whole sun, so I don't think anybody's here unless they're all running towards the care package.
The game is too
You go back to the car and just run.
I guess so.
Bridge camp?
True.
I don't think it works on.
Oh. No visual, way too far. Oh, you see him?
Yeah.
Don't double tap. Double tap, no ping. I can't quite see where he is exactly.
He was here. I can't ping it.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Huh? Oh, you killed him.
I don't know where his friend is. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's coming. Too much
You
pussy.
can take the car and you can go.
Yeah. Oh, 15 can be used as a 4-time if you just zoomed out.
Oh. Maybe I should pick one up. Eh.
screenshots. It's right here, I think. A visual. Yes, sir. Nice shot. How is he alive? Yeah. Okay. What the fuck? Ooh, that one's far as shit. There on my ping. There's a bullet drop for that guy.
Hit him.
Nice.
Done.
That guy's just running. He's sitting down. Okay, I killed him. What the fuck?
Right here.
I can't see the double ping.
Here
we go.
Inside.
Yeah. The furthest one?
He's around here, so careful.
This one. Moshi mosh. This one's clear. I see him. I think you got him?
Yeah. Was that him? Same guy?
No idea. Yeah, I think that was it. Obliterated. This one.
I feel like it's gonna end here or something.
Nope. Oh yeah, there, yeah, for sure. Let's get another ride. Why did I use the syringe? Fuck me. Ooh,
I think I'm just gonna walk up.
Okay. I got some sick ass car though.
Okay. You can use it. I can use the other one.
Sheesh.
Oh, you have the DeLorean.
Pony Coupe Hyundai. Wait, what? It's actually called Hyundai. Oh, are you sponsored? I can actually see it. Hyundai Pony Coupe. Oh, I see him. Shot him? Shoot, kill him. Oh, you shot him. Nice, he's down. Yes, sir. Mission clear. Now I'm gonna run over him.
Here. Drop. Stop.
Oh.
Right here.
It's actually hiding.
Go, Vlad, go. You can. Oh.
We gotta loot the other guy.
Okay.
Wait, what? Where's his body? The fuck?
He was close. Around where I am, I think.
Oh. Vroom. Among these 13 people, there should be some players, right?
Oh, where's the body of this guy? Oh, fuck. He crawled away somewhere.
Okay, not another bot.
Bot annihilators.
I hit him, but he doesn't die. Oh, he did.
Where are the real people at?
I don't know.
Did they die to the bots?
All of the bots that
Watch me
once
die all
in
of a
ban
sudden.
send here. One since Battleground.
I think it's all bots. We're farming creds.
I think it's like that other game, I forgot what it is, that after level 10 or something that we start to get real player kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
That's an EBR, I think. That should be a real player. I'm dropping here.
Oh my god! Okay, he's behind this. He's behind the rock. He's behind. It's the real people, but they cannot aim. You're good. You got this. No, never mind. They can't aim.
I got fucking wrecked.
That's right. Dude, I was healing in the middle of nowhere. So we can expect some real people like last 10. Might as well drop Hot Zone then.
We did, but it was all bots in this.
Oh,
drop
okay.
zone.
Jesus Christ, this game really tried to caretake the fucking new players.
Are you done then?
I can do one more. The amount of boss that we killed is not enough. Nekomia VTuber. I don't know if I know that one.
Oh yeah, I remember this girl.
Oh, Nekomiya Hinata. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know her by Hinata, not Nekomiya. Yeah, she only plays shooter.
She did collabs with some Hololive people.
Yeah. Of the legend. The OG.
BRB, I'm just gonna peek.
Oh, okay. It's really take a while to find a game. Jesus. Then again, playing at 5 AM for PUBG, that makes sense. Different story if it's Valorant. Valorant's always populated 24/7. But PUBG, yeah. PUBG is a different question. Oh, I'm gonna tell this off. What are you trying to fucking semi-prepare this, huh?
Right on time. Sandhawk actually is the map where I find most players, like the actual players. I am following you. Oh wait, Red's AFK too. Oh god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no.
We're safe.
Oh, okay, okay.
Well, one squad, one duo is here.
Oh shit. I'm gonna drop right next to you.
Drop this.
Two duos.
Two? Okay, drop here then.
Shit, I don't see which house they exactly drop.
The one guy was here, like right here.
Okay. Careful now. Come on, give me a fucking gun game. Holy just ammo. What is this? Apex?
I said door to the balcony. No, I don't want to be there.
Careful. Alright, I'm ready to fight, honestly.
Yeah. Push the armor because I'm gonna die in 2 shots.
Can't find them. The fuck? There's a armor here. Level 1.
I'm gonna find them.
Okay. I'm actively searching.
Should be on like your right side.
Almost got cut by my own phone. No way. Okay, there we go.
One here.
Pull up.